step in and play in primetime games and be okay. Now, it does beg the question, what if another guy goes down? That is next week's problem.
The domino effect is a concern, but you're right. You got to play one game at a time.
But in terms, and I'll say this. Last year, there were moments where we had this conversation of, oh my goodness, the sky is falling. Amon-Ra St. Brown's not playing. What do we do? They find ways to plug holes. And I do think, all right, tip of the cap right now to Brad Holmes. If Sam Laporta can't go, he made the right decision already.
The Brock Wright decision?
Yes, you're welcome.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Brock Wright, because who else wanted him? San Francisco. Who is down in San Francisco? Kittle. Mm-hmm. And not only Kittle, but Deebo Samuel and CMC. So you're looking at their top three of their top playmakers offensively. Now you look at it and say, okay, well, at least we have Brock Wright, who can be utilized, not like Sam Laporta, but you at least have a quality backup. And now that you're looking at going to Lee McNeil, all right, well, who do we have? All right, patience has paid off. Levi Onwuzurike next to DJ Reader. DJ Reader, who they signed in the offseason. I think that is, okay, would I love to have a Lee McNeil there? Sure, but I'm okay with Onwuzurike getting more time. The concern is, can he hold up with more reps? The big question to me is Marcus Davenport. Now, how much did he actually provide in 2 games? Because remember, he wasn't available with a groin in week 2.
Uh-huh.
So Josh Paschal, time to step up. You don't have Kaminsky. He's on IR. So, yeah, there is some concern on that edge because it's an unproven guy who has also had an injury history.
Ticket texters, first 2. I've come out of each game more and more worried about this team. I don't know if they even make the playoffs. The very next one, John. This is not a super team.
Okay.
Holmes has not done enough to build them into a Super Bowl roster, and it's now more obvious.
Well, let's see what type of decisions Dan Campbell makes with the tools he has been given, as well as the challenges that he has faced. Last year, again, I'll go back to what we have to go off of. And there were times where we were wondering if, at the end of the year, Sam Laporta, was he even going to be available to play? And he
gutted it out.
Gutted it out, yep. Found a way. But they were as healthy as you could be in the playoffs. Some of the decisions that they make now, will it cost them a win? The goal is just simply getting into the playoffs. Yes, you want to win the division. I would love, and I still think that they win this division, but those ticket texts are, I think, a combination of factors. You take the injuries that the Lions are faced with, pair that with a 3-0 Minnesota, a 2-1 Green Bay team, that their 2 wins are with Malik Willis leading the charge as quarterback. So now you're thinking, all right, the division is tougher than we think. It might be the toughest division in football, but other teams are faced with injuries. Jordan Love is out. All right? I don't think Malik Willis, and I look at the teams that they played, hats off to their coach, Matt LaFleur, and I'll say it correctly this time because he has done a masterful job. Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, but Sam Darnold. I don't know that we have an answer to his MRI and what that means going forward. We don't know if he's going to be the starting quarterback.
I thought I saw yesterday it wasn't serious. Now, that's
doesn't mean he won't be
vague.
In this. Yeah.
Sure, and I can get the latest for you in just a second. Couple more ticket textures. John, this is a theme. They're pouring in. Lions won't make the playoffs. 8 or 9 wins max. Right now, the Lions look like they're playing like the 3rd best team in their own division, and that's with the 3rd best coach. Okay. You mentioned injuries. We need to just say this. Injuries are going to happen to every single team. Seattle has not had Kenneth Walker for a couple games. What's their record? They're 3-0. Mm-hmm. They just put their right tackle. This will be the 4th straight game that the Lions will face a team without their right tackle. They placed Fant on IR. Like, other teams are going to deal with injuries too. That's not going to spook me today. I don't like it. Nobody likes seeing Davenport shut down for the year. As predictable as it may have been given his injury history. Nobody likes seeing Frank Ragnow. As tough as he is and as much as we still think he's going to play the majority of games this season, nobody likes seeing it. But I'm not going to let it derail what I believe what this football team is capable of. I know they haven't played perfect football through 3 weeks. They're 2-1. And I think the hallmarks of what we wanted to see from this football team are there. I wanted to see the defense get better. It has. I want to see this team dictate the line of scrimmage, which is what everything is predicated off of offensively. If Goff has to drop back 55 times because they're not running the ball, this team's not winning a Super Bowl. Jared Goff is going to get hit a lot more if they have to be a static 5-step drop passing team. If they can run it, if they can play action pass, if they can finish in the red zone, they're going to be a team that wins enough games to have home field in the playoffs to challenge for a Super Bowl. So I'm not wavering in that.
No.
Especially not after a win, and especially not because of injuries, which every team deals with.
And the fact that we all talked about the timing of their bye week. Now, you never know what injuries are going to be, you're dealing with as you lead into your bye week. This one is way early for the Lions.
Yeah.
But could it possibly be coming at the exact right time for the Lions? And when you're talking about the Seahawks, yeah, they're a 3-0 team. But tell me whose schedule has been tougher. Rams, Bucks, and then a win on the road against the Cardinals versus the 3-0 Seattle Seahawks, Broncos, rookie quarterback, at the Patriots. I mean, I don't think anybody is fearful of the Patriots. And then the Dolphins without Tua. Okay, so there's your 3 wins for Seattle. So let's pump the brakes a little bit on the injury report. Let's pump the brakes on season is over.
One more. And it's not more of the doom and gloom. Trey Hendrickson is actually a really good idea, whoever brought it up. It feels like the Bengals are at a crossroads. They need to pull a Bills and retool what they have at this point. Listen, an 0-3 start. I mean, the stats are you're not making the playoffs.
There's like a 2% chance.
And the trade's not happening today, but is this a trade that happens 3 weeks from now when they're...
Or give Brad Holmes a little bit of time during the bye week to make some more phone calls.
Sure.
And reassess the situation. Let's take a look at Josh Paschal against Seattle and see how he does.
248-539-9797. Guys, people need to understand you don't have to look like a Super Bowl team every single game. You need to look like a Super Bowl team week 15 and on when it matters most. Do what you need to do. There's no style points in the NFL.
Just win. That's all it comes down to is just win. And that's why I go back to the missed opportunities of that Tampa game. How different would these conversations be if we were a 3-0 team saying, you know what? Hey, we're playing Seattle on Monday night, heading into the bye week. We can heal some guys up. But now we're sitting at 2-1 with a game that got away.
Ticket texture with something on the Tigers. And we are going to get to the Tigers coming up at 7:35. Jackson Jobe is here, foot on the gas, 6 games to cement a playoff spot. Texter's upset that they moved the game to 1 o'clock today. Says something to think about the fans. No disrespect to the fans. They want to keep Scooble throwing today. They don't want to risk the game getting rained out. Then he throws Wednesday, and he's not even an option the rest of the regular season.
This is not a Tigers decision. And I clarified that with Tom this morning.
Well, I think they wanted this, though.
Sure, they probably started the discussion. This is a Major League Baseball decision. They're the ones that have to sign off on, yes, we will move the game forward. So, I mean, I'm talking about pumping the brakes on a lot of things today, but pump the brakes on accusing the Tigers of screwing the fans.
Yeah, and they're doing anything they can to get into these games. They don't want to delay the playoffs and all that. They don't want to have double headers.
Yeah.
I will say this. It is supposed to rain this morning, like 9, 10, 11-ish, so people are probably going to freak a little. It's supposed to be out of here.
Right.
Afternoon game, 1:10, right here on the station. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up after Heather's News. That's next. It's 97.1.
I've been talking about injury attorney David Femminella and his team for some time. Just listen to some of the results that he and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. Wow. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's in the news?
Well, former USC running back Reggie Bush has filed a lawsuit against USC, the Pac-12, and the NCAA for NIL compensation during his career. So in the suit, Bush's lawyers allege that all 3 entities made a significant amount of money off of the running back, including in TV contracts, merchandise sales, and media rights. Now, one of his lawyers representing him says that this case is not just about seeking justice for Reggie Bush, it's about setting a precedent for the fair treatment of all college athletes.
I wonder if he'll have to disclose that the non-official collective at that time, the house and car just simply weren't enough.
Well, I do wonder, okay, I'm all about athletes getting their fair share, but like the rules at the time didn't allow that. So how do you go back and say, I want today's rules to apply to that?
That's going to be, it'll set a precedent. And we've already talked about the Michigan athletes that have sued the NCAA and the Big Ten Network. This is going to be another one where it's going to set a precedent. And if he gets paid, I mean, open the floodgates.
So we know that Dan Campbell and his family sold their home in Bloomfield due to security concerns, but now we're learning a little bit more. We're learning the details about how the family was actually harassed. So according to police reports, his family was repeatedly targeted by uninvited, unwanted guests. The first started on New Year's Eve in 2023. Not only did they start receiving a lot of phone calls to the house, but numerous people showed up at the door. Most of them were contractors, believed to be all sent there by like frustrated fans, right? So whether it was a roofing company or whoever it was showing up at the door. Then it was happening again. And one of these police reports surrounds a Snapchat post made by one of his daughter's classmates that gave out his full address and basically said, hey, show up at his house, because they were frustrated that the Lions lost, right? And this is scary because he wasn't always home at the time. Neither was his wife. So who's at home?
Kids.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
No, it's
insanity.
Yeah.
Should never happen.
This next story to me is so wild. A 6-year-old boy who was kidnapped back in 1951 was found safe, alive over 70 years later.
It's crazy.
This is so wild. Luis Armando Albino, he was abducted while he was playing at a park in California. He was there with his brother, right? Now, more than 7 decades later, he's been found, and it's all been thanks to help with this like online ancestry, DNA, old photos, newspaper clippings. It's crazy. So like I said, he was at this park, 6 years old, when a woman apparently approached and like lured him over, said, I promise you some candy if you come with me. Well, she took him to the East Coast and raised him as her son.
So did he even know he was abducted?
Well, it got to be at
How
6.
old was he?
He was 6.
Yeah, you're old enough.
But you're old enough, but you can also be pretty
Impressionable.
brainwashed. And
you can be reprogrammed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So police were never able to find him, right? The search kind of was just fizzled away, but family never gave up hope finding him. In 2020, his niece took one of those online DNA tests, matched with a man on the East Coast who happened to be her uncle. Well, from there, they took more DNA samples. They looked at old photos. Like the similarity was striking. Anyway, they found him. They contacted police. The missing persons case was closed. The kidnapping case, I think, still does remain open.
I mean, I got to imagine 70 years worth of time. She's the person that took over the mom responsibilities
is no longer alive. And neither is his actual mother.
Yeah,
she is no longer alive either. Part, but in June, he met with his relatives, including that niece. It's just like,
and he had a good life.
Oh yeah,
I mean, he's a Marine.
Yes, for sure. And I think he was a firefighter as well.
Yeah.
It's a wild story. One more. Let's see. The Royal Oak Public Library is back open after an abrupt weekend closure over concerns about this possible bug infestation in their drop box. So after bugs were found in this returned DVD case, the library brought in some pest control companies, or at least one company, inspected all the return items, looked in those book drops. They got the clear. There was only one bug that was found, a cockroach, which was then, terminated. And so now they say, come on back. There's no bugs in the library. Everything is open. Good to go.
I think the bug stuff is obviously weird, but maybe equally weird is who's playing DVDs.
I know they still have them. And like I think they still even have like CDs. I don't
really?
know.
It's like an educational DVD. Like
I know
what
they
do you-
make like in the kids section at the library I go to.
Yeah,
They've
or
got
it was
kids
the-
DVDs.
21 and older section.
Oh,
one of
no, they
those.
don't have those at the library.
Probably not. It's educational.
Visual learners. All right, that's Heather in the news. Let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
Well, I'm ready to give away some money. I don't know about you guys, but
Oh, yeah.
hopefully we can do it today. I would love to give away $2,000. The rules are simple. 10 questions, 60 seconds. If our contestant answers them all correctly, they're going to get the big money. If not, they're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. They got to use their time wisely. They can pass. And if there's enough time, we'll get back to that question.
Our contestant this morning, DeVell in Madison Heights. DeVell, today's your lucky day. Good morning.
Yes, it is. Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
Good. Good.
Are you excited to play?
Yes, I am. I didn't think I would get through.
Oh, excellent. So is this the first time?
No, I've called Sports
Okay.
Talk Radio before for y'all, but not.
But-
I was going to say, we
But
know you
We
called
know
it.
your name, but have you played the game before?
Right. So, yeah, I haven't played before. I know the rules, though.
All right. Well, then you're ready to go. Your time is going to
Yes,
start
I am.
as soon as I start reading the first question. Here we go. Who did the Buffalo Bills play last night?
Miami Dolphins.
Who is the head coach of the Washington Commanders?
Pass.
This artist had the 2016 hit Hotline Bling.
Beyonce.
What is the first name of John Jansen's oldest son?
Pass.
Who does Michigan play in football this coming Saturday?
Minnesota.
Who leads Major League Baseball in RBI?
Otani.
Who wears jersey number 53 for the Red Wings?
Dylan Thomas.
This artist had the 2018 hit God's Plan.
I don't know.
Who leads the Seattle Seahawks in receiving yardage?
Pass.
What is the state capital of Kentucky?
Lexington.
Who is the head coach of the Washington Commanders?
Ah, man. That is terrible.
Well, that was a little rough.
That was a little rough. You
Yeah.
got one.
I got one. Wow. Okay.
Better than none.
Yes.
Yeah.
$25.
$25.
Uh-huh. Could fill up half a tank.
$25.
I was say, you got big plans for the $25?
Nah, not really.
Hey, thanks for being a great
hey,
sport.
hey,
Yeah.
Great sport. $25. We'll put you on hold. We'll make sure we get you hooked up with that. It's the 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Femminella Law. And let's go through this, John.
Yeah, we got a lot to go through.
Who did the Buffalo Bills play last night?
The 0-3 Jacksonville Jaguars.
Who's the head coach of the Washington Commanders? I thought this was a tough one for people.
That would be Dan Quinn.
Yep. Artist that had the 2016 hit Hotline Bling.
Drake.
Not Beyonce,
No.
No, but good guess.
right? Heather's going, maybe it was a good guess. What
It
is
was a guess.
Yeah.
the first name of John's oldest son? How do you not get this? He brings up his kids every
Yeah.
show, people.
Well,
Come
every
on.
show- this guy.
He's got enough kids to bring up a kid every
yeah.
single day.
Sure, yeah.
He'd have one for every day of the
One
week.
for every day of the week, yeah. That would be Jack.
Yes. Michigan plays
Minnesota. Nailed it.
Little Brown Jug. That was the one he got right. Who leads Major League Baseball in RBI? This is a good guess.
Uh-huh. That's why I thought Drake was a good guess. Otani, a great guess, but no, it's Aaron Judge.
Yeah. 53 for the Red Wings. He's Dylan Thomas, I think is maybe what he said. It's Mo Sider. 2018 hit God's Plan.
Could have said Beyonce again, but no, would have been Drake.
Drake for the second time on the 2 Grand Slam. Who leads the Seattle Seahawks in receiving yardage?
Metcalf.
Yep, DK Metcalf. And you love your state capitals, John.
Oh, yeah.
The state capital of Kentucky.
That would be Frank Furt.
I didn't know.
Frankfurter.
Did you know that one, Heather?
Oh, I don't know my capitals.
Lexington would have been a good guess. I probably would have said
Sure.
Lexington.
Yeah, Lexington's a great guess. He had some good guesses in there. None of them were right.
I hate when that happens.
Sorry, DeVell.
And he calls all the time. He's a
Yeah.
good dude. I was rooting for him.
And had a great attitude.
Great attitude. DeVell in Madison Heights, $25. 2 Grand Slam, Femminella Law.
Early feedback that was very hard.
It was.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. This is one of the harder ones. Like I wouldn't have got either Drake. I would have got.
Would you got who your oldest son is?
That would have been a free space.
Okay.
I would have got Quinn, but I
think the 2 Monday night questions you got to get. I mean, the games were on last night. What are people watching? Nobody's watching the Tigers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, only because they weren't on. But yeah, the Jags. I guess maybe he knew it was a Florida team.
Yeah,
Miami would.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
or they did play Miami on a Thursday night. Before that,
yeah.
Is this call real on line 1? He called.
Oh.
You want me to take this here or coming up next?
No, let's go to break and come back. This could strike a nice conversation.
Okay, we do plan to talk Tigers. Jackson Jobe getting the call up, foot on the gas, goals and objectives for the Tigers, and this call on line 1 may be worth sitting through for. It's 97.1. Busy Tuesday show. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin, Greg behind the glass. We have Dan Campbell today at 9:02. Programming note, 9:02 today. We'll check in with the Lions head coach. A lot to get into following a win over the weekend. A lot to talk about with our baseball team. Jackson Jobe called up, foot on the gas. We got some goals for this week beyond just make the playoffs. And a question about credit. Who deserves the bulk of it for this crazy, miraculous Tigers run?
More than
enough to go around. As far as the phone call we were going to take, we've made the decision. We're not going to go down that path.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that.
Yeah.
John, with this baseball team, Jackson Jobe, the call-up. The thing you texted Tom and I yesterday was, oh boy, putting a rookie up in a big spot this week.
Yeah. And so we asked AJ about it last time he was on because we were told Jackson Jobe isn't going to skip any steps. But then like moments before he came on, we heard Jackson Jobe pulled up to AAA. Next step. So we asked the question, will we see him at any point before the end of the season? And he was, it wasn't dismissive, but he's not going to tell you what they're going to do with the roster. Then all of a sudden he is up. And the Tigers right now are 1 up on the Twins, tied with Kansas City, talking about how we're talking about matchups.
Yep.
Just think about, we're talking about matchups in the postseason. Not there yet, 6 to go, but Jackson Jobe called up, and it sounds like he's going to get some throws.
I've seen already people do the Zumaya comparison. Fireballer out of the bullpen for a playoff run. He is eligible, we understand. I didn't realize this. Even though he wasn't on the 40-man roster before September, they can get him on the playoff roster if need be. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a risk in that he is going to make the adjustment to the major league level in the highest pressure games the Tigers have played in a decade. Having said that, the other options out of the bullpen are a bunch of unproven guys too. And if you trust Chris Fetter to get the most out of him, like it's Jackson Jobe or your mailman. Like, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? And Jobe is a guy who has the stuff to play at the major league level. And I think it's all hands on deck. It's foot on the gas. This is a chance to make the playoffs. Don't leave one of your power arms pitching in Toledo when you got the playoffs on your mind.
Yes. This is a very unproven talent.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of guys show a lot of promise and eventually pay off, but are you willing to risk a couple of innings and maybe it's an absolute stellar move? They have hit all the right buttons. Mm-hmm. And so now all of a sudden you're bringing up a very young individual, first opportunity to pitch in the big leagues, and you're putting the weight of the playoffs on his shoulders. And not solely on his shoulders. I think we all believe that at some point he'll just going to be a reliever that comes in, much like we saw in spring training. Mm-hmm. And he came in and performed well there.
Yeah, he's a guy who's not going to start any of these 6 games. I wouldn't think. He'll be a guy who gets...
Could he be labeled as an opener?
And maybe an inning here, an inning there. I mean, again, we've talked about the job they've done with this bullpen, and maybe some people are a little concerned that this is upset the apple cart a little bit, but I feel like if anybody deserves the trust to handle this staff, it's AJ Hinch and Chris Fetter. And if they say, hey, Shelby Miller, we didn't feel great about him coming into games. We feel better about Jackson Jobe. We think there's more upside there, and we do think it paves the path for him to pitch not only in this 6-day stretch, but beyond.
I'd love to hear from our listeners when you saw this news, and if you're hearing it for the first time, what is your initial reaction to Jackson Jobe being called up with the Tigers up 1 game in the wild card race for an arm with a lot of promise, but no experience?
Right, and if it lasts more than 4 hours, call a doctor. I think people are excited about this, John. I think that's the reaction to this. This is the one piece in the minors that hadn't gotten a call yet for this young team.
I understand the excitement, but is there any concern with this?
No, how about this? The concern is all these young guys are playing loose and fun. They don't have the weight of the world on their shoulders. Doesn't he fit in with the Jace Youngs and these younger guys who are like, man, I don't have the pressure of this. I'm just coming up to be one of the young guys going to the ballpark with a whole bunch of confidence.
In theory, yes. Because
you could say that about the whole team. Aren't they too young for the pressure of the moment here? And I don't think that's been an issue for the last 6 weeks.
But what they've been doing has been working. the guys that are and guys that are not going to be around as long as we hope Jackson Jobe is, but they have produced. They have been very good when called upon in whatever situation they've been in. Now, it hasn't been perfect, but it has been good enough, I'd say great enough, to get this team from where they were at the beginning of August, now sitting, controlling their own destiny with 6 games remaining. Now, yes, they're all home games against lesser opponents.
Truth.
But it's an unproven arm.
No, don't do this. It's going to be a good thing. This is exciting stuff.
I'm just asking the question. I'm as excited to see him pitch as anyone. I wanted to see it earlier. I wanted him to skip AAA.
Right. When we got to the month of September and we started doing this fake contending conversation, is it real or not? We started coming up with ways for this team to put their foot on the gas. One of them was to reset Scooble's workload. Move him up to typical rest, squeeze an extra start. Another thing we talked about was Jackson Jobe.
If you got a guy that's throwing fireballs, why not bring him up?
The team has taken this seriously. Maybe not as quickly as we had wanted to see it, but this is it, right? They're setting Scooble up to pitch today and the final game if necessary. And that's what I want to bring up as the goal of this week is not to pitch Scooble more than just today. Because if they take care of business and secure a playoff spot before Sunday, they can save Scooble to be the tone setter of game 1 of the wild card round. That gives you the best chance to win game 1, which means you only have to split the next 2. It would also set Scooble up to pitch more often deeper in the playoffs. And I know people are going one step at a time. You have to think about these things. You're the best team in baseball since August 10th. You are absolutely thinking about more than just getting in at this point. You have to put your best foot forward, and I think Jackson Jobe is part of it. John, my goals are save Scooble, win enough to where you don't have to pitch him Sunday, and all things considered, secure the second wild card spot so you get Baltimore instead of Houston. That's the goal for this week.
Is it possible that in these 6 days, in these 6 games, that early on they test out the arm and bring him in for an inning, max at a time? Mm-hmm. And then if everything holds serve, and Minnesota loses a game, and you go into that Sunday afternoon knowing that you've clinched the playoff spot, and seeding is no longer an issue. You know who you've got. You know who you're playing.
Yep.
On Sunday, they give Jackson Jobe his first start.
Sure. There's no harm in that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's, hey, and then you call him the opener, starter, however you want to label it.
And let him go 2-3 innings and see where it goes. Yeah. And it would still save him to be used in a game 2 or 3 of an opening wild card round, depending on how deep he goes.
So you give him 30 pitches.
Let's get to the phones. We got some people reacting to the Jobe news. It's Scott in Westland. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good morning.
My initial thought when I saw it that he got called up was super excited, doing fist pumps, and then immediately went to, it's too late. He won't be able to be on the playoff roster. So I was really happy to hear you guys saying that there's some kind of loophole that he will be able to be on the playoff roster.
Yeah, I'll defer to the beat writers, all of which yesterday said that if they move like Sawyer Gibson Long off of a list, they can add as a late addition because of injury. There's a loophole to get him on the playoff roster.
That's great news, and I'm with you guys. It would be ideal if they could, not have to pitch Scooble and have him open the playoffs. That just sets everything up perfectly.
Yep.
Go Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, take care of business today, tomorrow, Thursday. You could secure a playoff spot before Sunday. That's the biggest goal. And then it's about matchups.
Could their 3 starters in the playoffs be Scooble, Montero, Jobe?
It's probably Olsen, right?
I would think. But if
they'll do
he
piggybacks and short leashes.
Yeah. Well, as an opener, again.
Well, that's the other thing. What does a starter mean for this team?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so what does it matter if you're going to bring him in the 6th inning to pitch 1 inning versus starting him, quote unquote, start, air quotes on the radio, or opener for 1 inning?
It's just going to be about matchups. Like, if you use him later in the game, you can decide which part of the order he's going to face. You start the game, you're getting the other team's very best right out of the gate.
I want to see him on the best.
I know you do,
Let's
John.
test him out.
All right, calls to get to 248-539-9797. And then your point about credit. Who gets the most credit for this run that the Tigers are on? It's 97-1. Oh, people got Jackson Jobe thoughts. He's here for the stretch run, the call-up, the phenom, the fireballer, flamethrower. The latest addition for this young baseball team. And John, your question was, does anybody out there
have a concern
at all, given the pressure's mounting and they're switching something up? But this isn't really switching things up to me. This is taking another guy from AAA, who happens to have much better stuff than the other guys, and using him strategically.
At the AAA level.
Well, yeah. So Jobe, I think, had an ERA of 6 at the AAA level, but like, look at the ERA of a lot of these guys at the AAA level. They just they called them up here, and they've been pitching out of their mind. I guess to me, would you rather have Jackson Jobe or
the guys that have proven to get it done?
Well, these other guys who don't have the stuff,
but they've gotten it done. So that's the question, and I'm as excited to see Jackson Jobe as anyone. I wanted to see him earlier, before this whole run even started, and that's kind of where everything was. Like, you bring up Jace Young, you bring up Sweeney. Before that, you bring back Parker Meadows, Spencer Torkelson, and you're thinking, all right, let's just see what these guys have to see if they can be a part of the future. Well, I think they've answered that question. Maybe there's still some about Spencer Torkelson, but it's all worked. And now, are they going to continue to pull the right strings at the right time with Jackson Jobe? And I'm not even thinking about, if he comes in and he gets bombed, right, what that would mean for his psyche moving forward. I don't care about that, because it happens all the time to young pitchers when they come up. Like, it's an adjustment. Mm-hmm. I'm only concerned about what it means for this team in a 6-game stretch, and their theory has worked. But it's worked with the guys over the past 6 weeks that have been doing it.
Herter, Hannafy,
Guthrie,
John's mailman. Jackson Jobe brings a pedigree, and I trust, and that's the key word here, trust the way they've handled this pitching staff to give them this chance. And I think, John, it is a foot on the gas move that we had been calling for. And you're not saying this is a bad move. You're just wondering if anybody else out there has any level of apprehension.
What was the initial reaction? Because instantly I was like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah.
And then I was like, ooh, I don't know if I want to tweak anything right now.
Well, this gets us to your question, which is the credit question. This is the best team in baseball since August 10th. They're doing something miraculous that hasn't happened in over 50 years. A team this far back to make the playoffs in August. Who gets the most credit? Like, to me, I put it on AJ and Fetter. I really do, because I don't know that the players, as much as they deserve credit too,
they're the ones actually out there doing it.
But are they the guys that
actually pitching?
But
yes.
This feels
actually
like
hitting. Yes.
This feels like above their skill level. So I have to give the credit to the coaches putting them in the positions to excel in a way that they ordinarily wouldn't. That they weren't even succeeding at in AAA with the Mud Hens.
I get that. That's why I initially, when I put the question down, I put players or coaches. But I think it goes even further than that, because it's the players that are actually coming through. Now, coaches have to put players in position to be successful. So they're setting them up for success, but then it's the players that actually have to go out there and do it and actually have to perform. Because then you could, if you're then broadening our horizons in what could possibly be the answer, because you could simply say Parker Meadows, and I don't think you'd be wrong. You could say Jace Young, and I wouldn't go that far, but he's a part of it. Mm-hmm. You could say any number of the pitchers. You could just simply say it's Tarek Skubal and his dominance.
That's only every 5th day. They've done this with 2 starters.
Right.
Like, it's remarkable, and there's almost inexplainable unless you just say it is that puppeteering happening in the dugout.
Or is it the guy that is actually calling them up? Set this up? Is it Scott Harris?
This is happening.
Or is it the guy that put him there who's no longer here? Do we say his name? Mr. Avila.
Fruits of his labor.
And what are we going to give Matt Patricia credit for this too? John, as far as Scott Harris goes, okay, clearly.
Who drafted these guys?
Al Avila drafted Riley Green, Jackson Jobe, Spencer Torkelson, Jace Young.
Who brought in
Tarek Skubal.
Parker Meadows.
Al Avila. Now, but hold on. There was not player development happening during the Avila tenure. And they
ding. And
that's why I don't want to give him this credit that you're throwing out there.
I'm not throwing out the credit.
You're the
I'm
one that
just
said it.
asking the question.
Who rushed up Spencer Torkelson?
Avila.
Come on.
It's pronounced Avila.
John, don't do it. Don't
Just
do it.
asking the question.
It's like giving Matt Millen credit for taking Calvin. Okay?
Or Patricia and Quinn for drafting Ragnow. We did
Yeah.
this bit.
Decker, too.
Okay. I agree with you. I am simply asking the question because when it comes down to it, it's I think there's only two right answers. It's either AJ Hinch and Chris Federer, or it's the players.
Greg, can we make this a poll question? And here's what I want the four choices to be. The players, Hinch, Feder, Scott Harris, and the last option is Avila / Patricia. Because it's the same argument. Will that get more than 1% of the vote? I think that's a fun little experiment that we can do. It'll get a troll vote, maybe a percentage.
Yeah.
But more than that, I don't know.
It'll get the Rieger vote.
I think it would get more than 1% of the vote, but let's leave it up to the people. If there was a fifth option, I would have thrown in Trey Brooks 3 versus Kansas.
Okay, as far as Scott Harris
The winner
goes,
of our Sweet 16? Yes.
as far as Scott Harris goes, he does deserve some credit for keen eye for talent, some player development that's happened under his watch that didn't happen under Al Avila. But the bulk of this run is not something that he was setting up for.
No,
they sold at the deadline, and I'm not blaming him for it. We all thought it was the right decision. They treated this season like it wasn't a playoff year. At no point did they put wood in that fire to really get the Flames going.
So who's your vote?
It's AJ Hinch and Chris Feder.
All right. Mine is the players. Okay, shocker, I'm sure, for anybody.
John played the game.
No, I didn't play
Not
this game.
baseball, but
no. But it's the quintessential chicken or the egg.
I'm going with Martin Mayhew.
Yeah. Why not put Avila / Patricia / any other GM that we want to throw under the bus? Millen. I mean, put him in there as well.
Your responses on Twitter, on the text, on the phones, your reaction to Jackson Jobe, and who gets the most credit for what the Tigers have done, which is control their own destiny the final week of the season. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers have moved up their game versus the Rays today due to unpredictable weather. It will be a 1:10 p.m. first pitch at Comerica Park with Tarek Skubal ready to take the mound. Originally a 6:40 start, this is the beginning of the final homestand of the regular season with Detroit sitting in a playoff spot with 6 games to go. Top pitching prospect Jackson Jobe also has been called up to join the Tigers from the minors. He'll be inserted into the bullpen for the final stretch. It's also gives him postseason eligibility. The injury bug is biting the Lions. Marcus Davenport looks to be out for the remainder of the season. Frank Ragnow week to week with a torn pectoral muscle. Derek Barnes will miss significant time. Ali McNeil, Sam Laporta day to day, and Brian Branch in the concussion protocol. Head coach Dan Campbell said they are prepared to deal with it, and his team understands that it is next man up. Monday Night Football, the Lions play the Seahawks in 6 days, but last night it was Buffalo steamrolling the Jaguars 47-10, and Washington took down the Bengals in Cincy 38-33. And tickets went on sale for Michigan State Northern Michigan basketball showdown in Marquette. They'll play at the Superior Dome on October 13th, the first of 2 exhibitions before the regular season begins in the first week of November. MSU had their first official practice day yesterday. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Are you doing that to try to get a rise out of John?
Yes.
Inserted into the bullpen?
Yes. Our hourly news update is trolling me and trying to get me to be the 12-year-old that I really am.
What do you mean trying to? You are.
I started off at 6 o'clock like that. I've been very grown up since then.
Chris,
it's an hour. It's 2 hours later.
He said fireballs, and you
He said bringing his fireballs to the Tigers.
And we weren't like a minute into the show, and you're already doing what you do. Anyway, we got calls to get to. 248-539-9797. Jackson Jobe and his Fireballs are here for the final week of the season and potentially more. He can be on the playoff roster. Got to get in first. Who gets the most credit, and is there any nervousness of putting a rookie up in this spot? Let's get to John in South Lyon. John, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
So I think the players deserve the most credit here. I haven't watched every game, of course, but I feel like Hinch's managing style hasn't really changed much over the season, but now it's this new young core that we've called up. The players seem to have found the next gear, and they seem to be either responding better to Hinch's managing or just playing better, so the managing Hinch has been doing is getting more results because the guys are just stepping it up to kind of meet his expectations better.
Yeah.
In other words, Hinch hasn't changed, so they changed. Well, I think
Right.
the bullpen has changed, though. Like these guys here aren't the guys who were here all season long.
Right, but it's not just pitching. It's,
Well, the pitching's
it's-
the biggest reason.
But it's also, and I just got the text from Coach Top, they're much better up the middle. Right, Cole Keith is better now than he was at the beginning of the year.
True.
Sweeney, as we have talked about, while he's not lighting it up at the plate, he is better at the plate than Javi Baez. And, I mean, you mentioned it the other day. Does he make that catch in the ninth inning? Does Javi Baez make that catch or even get up from it? No. And Parker Meadows, Tom, you've been all over this. At center field, like he has been dynamic.
He's taking away hits.
Much better up
it's
the
not
middle.
just the thrilling robbing home runs. There was one on Sunday, a double up the gap by one of Baltimore's hitters, and they showed him up close to hitter after, and you could tell he's just frustrated. That's a hit, and it's not against him because of the deer that's out in center field. I'm telling you what, right now, guys, from a defensive standpoint, Parker Meadows is the best center fielder I've seen in my lifetime. So that goes back to nearly 50 years ago. So now, I know there's guys from the 60s teams and stuff like that. I'm not lying. I know it's a small sample size. I've never seen a guy cover this much ground in my life.
Couple ticket texts. This one says, bottom line, the players need to perform. The manager can move players around like chess pieces, but they have to execute and not freeze. You can show Michael Jordan how to shoot a free throw. He still has to shoot the free throw. Sean at work. Texter says, I'd agree if it was 2 or 3 players, but it's the entire team. That's coaching. Like, I do think he's done a good job keeping them in the right mindset during this run, too. Because there's a tendency to get ahead of yourself, and they have not gotten ahead of themselves, even when we have wanted to. Hey, aren't you going to move Scooble up and get an extra star? Why isn't Job here? They've taken the right temperament, and I do think that's on AJ as much as the decision-making as well.
There's no question that his psychological approach, Hinch's psychological approach, has been a major benefit of keeping this team, keeping their perspective.
And baseball's a mental game. Couple more ticket texts. Credit Crazy Puffs for the turnaround. Things are actually surprisingly really good. Texter says, I give credit to the witch doctor that AJ must have gone to visit at some point during this stretch.
Yes.
I had someone reach out to me and suggest we get a witch doctor on the show to explain how this stuff actually happens. I don't know if you'd be open to that. Might be terrible radio, or it could be great. But he had to go to some kind of voodoo. Like, Jobu is now Job. Like, there's too many similarities here.
Which doctor school?
Which doctor school?
Yeah. Isn't that down in Springfield?
Credit to Ken Holland. Didn't he say it takes 10 years? Put Ken Holland on the poll. 10 years. It's been 10 years since the playoffs. Yeah. What else?
This is why I always say, let it play out.
Oh, come on. This guy.
I mean, is there a better example
than this? Scott Harris calculated the Tigers were not a playoff team in this offseason, and every move he's made since has been done to prove he was right. This run was done in spite of Scott Harris. He gets no credit and should probably be fired for malfeasance on the ticket text. Okay, nobody's firing Scott Harris.
No.
Not even me.
Not even you, who's asking to take back one of the strikes within the next 6 days.
I do think that text, though, is largely correct that this was not the plan. Scott didn't plan for the playoffs. He made moves that were not about making the playoffs this season. This was done in spite of the decisions that he made.
But they didn't block any of the bats.
Yeah.
And now the bats are, I wouldn't say ultra productive. They're very opportunistic.
Okay, how about this point? Scott Harris sets the roster. Javi Baez was on the roster for the most part of this season. And when Javi disappeared, this team went on a run. So what if Scott didn't have Javi Baez on the roster for most of the season? Is that a fair critique?
No.
No?
They had to.
Who had to what?
Jim, you're buying out a guy for $98 million before the season?
If I'm worth
That's unreasonable in sports.
Yeah.
That's just, you're being unreasonable. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's ever done that in the history of sports. I do not think he should be on this team next year. You're at the halfway point of the contract. You've given him every chance you can, and I do just think it makes no sense for him to be here. I'll say this about Javi being gone. Nobody in that clubhouse or the manager is going to throw him under the bus, okay?
No, of course.
his presence, okay? They started getting hot in, the 10th or so of August?
Yes.
Then they went to the Little League Classic,
Yep.
and they had that big win, and they have said that this was somewhat of a turning point for us.
Yep.
And then they let Javi play in Chicago. Respect, Right after that, he's gone. Seems a little fishy to me, and it seems a little coincidental.
Yeah.
Trey Sweeney's better.
Oh, yeah.
We never thought that he would. He was a throw-in in this trade.
It's why I did say the thing you can give Harris credit for, eye for talent. Sweeney was not a throw-in that deal, as he was discussed at the time. He's been an addition that's helped this baseball team.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Monday, if they make the playoffs, Monday is going to be a very special edition of the Costa and Jansen show.
Okay, why is that?
We might see the removal of strike two.
Yes.
We might have a special guest on the show.
Ooh.
Ticket Texter says, beware, you guys are declaring the playoffs already. 3 big games coming up. Tampa's won 4 in a row, 7 of the last 10. Let's see what happens first before we start planning the playoff rotation.
Yes, I don't disagree with that, but we are allowed to enjoy the moment. And part of enjoying the moment is the fact that they are right now controlling their own destiny.
Ticket Texter says, Chris Spielman's hands are clearly all over this roster. Anyone with eyes can see it. Who deserves credit?
I do like on Twitch here. I just turned it back on, and I think Chris Villar may have given a nickname.
What did he say?
Jackson Fireballs Job.
I don't think it's going to catch on, but none of this has made sense. Sure.
If he's going to come in as a reliever, you could have I don't know the name of the
Fireball.
song. Yeah, that could be his walk-up music.
Sure. We're workshopping this on the fly.
Why not?
Let's do it. Get back to the phones. Matt in Sterling Heights, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I'm sitting here. I know you guys are being cheeky with comparing Avila to Mayhew or Millen, but just a quick one. None of the players that Millen or Mayhew drafted were here when the Lions started winning. Almost the entire roster is made up of people Avila drafted that are now everyone's cheering for. So I know that you can't admit you're wrong when you chase a guy out of town when he was set up to fail from day one, but hopefully he's sitting somewhere laughing and smiling at what's going on. The other thing, too, you might want to compare him instead to Yzerman, because when Yzerman was in Tampa, he drafted a lot of players, but they never won anything when he was there. But now everyone gives Yzerman the credit for building Tampa, for building up the Lightning. It's the same thing Avila did here. Sure, he signed some crummy free agents, whatever, but the group that people are cheering for all came from that guy, and I hope he's laughing at everybody.
John is shrugging, and Tom is saying, hang up on this man. Silence him. Get him off the radio. I don't think we're comparing it, as cheeky as we were being. We're not comparing Avila to Mayhew. We were comparing him to Bob Quinn. Right, because that was the whole bit. Bob Quinn drafted the majority of this offensive line, yet people aren't giving Bob Quinn credit for this. They're giving Holmes and Campbell credit for this. The guys who took what they were given and got more out of them, right? That would be the argument for Scott Harris and some player development. It's certainly the argument for A.J. Hinch and Chris Fetter and this pitching staff. They get the credit.
I guess we don't hold a Justin Verlander trade against this guy anymore.
Right.
I mean, that return's so awesome. I love all the guys from that trade that's helping this team. I mean, that only delayed this 3 years.
Significantly.
I mean, seriously,
But
the
did he
Justin Verlander
eventually
trade is
get it
probably
right?
is truly probably the worst trade in Detroit sports history when you think about it.
I don't disagree.
But let's give that guy
and,
credit.
and the worst free agent signing in the history of Detroit sports. I would argue that
Well, you gotta be more
100% that's
specific.
Javi Baez.
the worst trade
or
and the
Jordan
worst free agent
Zimmerman.
signing. But good way to go, Al.
Yeah. Woo! I was going to say, it's Javi and it was Jordan Zimmerman. People forget about that deal. That was terrible. Both of them were Al Avila signings. When he was given the chance to spend, he whiffed pretty epically both times. We got calls to get to. Credit to hand out. Tigers in the final week of the regular season control their own destiny. Jackson Jobe is here. We want to get your thoughts on it. 248-539-9797. We have Greg Palm coming up later this hour. A check-in on the top 12 teams in college football. It's 97.1. Life gets busy. You've been putting off going to the dentist, pretending those issues are just going to go away. Sounds like I'm calling you out. I'm not. There's no judgment. At Brightside Dental, that's their thing. They're not going to judge you. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Dentists that aren't going to give you a hard time because you don't floss twice a day. They're approachable professionals. They want to work with you, get a game plan going, and that's getting you back in for those regular cleanings. And they can get you in at 8 different locations in Metro Detroit. $35 new patient special. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Early returns on the Twitter poll question, who gets the most credit for this Tigers' magical second half run? They control their own destiny, final 6 games of the season. And if you missed it, Jackson Jobe is here. Some ticket texters have compared this to when David Price first got the call up, Adam Wainwright back in the day, little Josh Beckett energy, the power arm that helps the team in the postseason. Who gets the most credit? 53% say Hinch and Fetter. Camp I'm in. 39% say the players. That's the camp John's in. 6% say Al Avila / Matt Patricia / Ken Holland / 10-year rebuild. And Scott Harris has 2% of the vote.
Is this just we're going to hate the guy that's there all the time? I mean,
I don't hate him. I know you think I hate him. I don't hate him.
Well,
I think they're doing this largely
words,
in
words matter.
And tone, and I know my tone gets me in trouble, but I would tell you, I think
it's not what you say; it's how you say it.
Yes. I know.
Come on, Mom, text in. Tell them it's not what you say; it's how you say it.
I know. I do think they've made this run in spite of the move Scott Harris made. They did not bolster the team in the offseason. They sold at the deadline, and understandably so. They kept Javi Baez on the roster. They're paying him whether he's here or not. These are moves that management made that made it harder for the Tigers to win. They are winning in spite of those roster decisions. That doesn't mean Harris should be fired. It doesn't mean he hasn't done a good job with player development and eye for talent. Trey Sweeney is an underrated guy that they got back in the Flaherty deal. So it didn't end up being a disaster where you lost a power arm and got nothing in return. And that doesn't even mention the catcher they got that a lot of people are excited about in the minors.
The style of baseball that this team is playing right now is a direct correlation and complement to what Scott Harris wants from his team.
Fair.
The vision.
That's fair.
The vision. You were right about Chapman. This team's record would be better if they had him. Would this be happening? I think we can question potentially because you never know what the makeup in the clubhouse would be like and stuff. From a statistical standpoint, you're right.
Hard to argue in a vacuum. But I've said this all along. If they get in doing it his way, the unexpected, accidental way, I have to fall on the sword. Some of you would love to hear that on Monday if and when they're in the playoffs, me with a sword impaling me. But that's what will need to happen if they end up making this miraculous run. I just don't give him the majority of the credit. I really do give it to this coaching staff who has made it work with pitchers who weren't here when the season began, AAA guys, matchups, bullpen days. That's Hinch, that's Fetter. That's not to say the players don't deserve credit, but that's the second slice of pie, not the first.
Do you mean the guys that are actually out there performing under pressure?
But it's not one or two of them that have stepped up. It's everybody. And to me, that is a reflection of culture and
coaching. There's
coaching.
an S on the backside of player.
It's a plural.
Players.
And you guys think I can be condescending. Look at this guy. 248-539-9797. We got to get to the phones. We got people who've been waiting too long. Jacob in Plymouth, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm going with it's A.J. Hinch, and I'm definitely not giving credit to Al Avila, or however you say it, because when you're as bad as you are for so many years, finding a few players high in the draft does not mean you did a good job or you set the team up. You're drafting you get your first pick of all the players. So it doesn't really make it a big deal to get somebody occasionally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, I'm with you. I think Al Avila drafted a lot of these guys, but you got to pull a team together. And we've said that with the Lions. They drafted some of the guys that are on the team with the previous regime, right? Frank Ragnow is
his
an all-pro
negatives
center.
are greater than his positives that currently are paying off.
For Al?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I would say some of the
I don't disagree with that.
Worst roster moves in the history of Detroit sports occurred under his watch, trades, signings, and otherwise.
So many of them are laughable.
I know, dude. I know. John in Flat Rock, you're on 97.1. What's up?
Okay, I think it's 100% A.J. Hinch and getting rid of the cancer in the locker room, which is Javi Baez. Guy doesn't hustle, doesn't go, run out to first base at all. It's just getting him out of there. These guys just stepped it up once he left, and they're 0% to Scott Harris. I don't like anything he's done. You could have signed at least one piece, like a third baseman for a free agent. You don't have to go crazy, but he did nothing.
I'm nodding my head. I don't know if you want me to.
Yeah, no, we can't see that on the radio. Yeah.
I could pile on, and then I'm a jerk. So, what was that? What was that, Tom? Is that a patting on the back?
No. He wants him to. He wants you to continue to pile on.
Yeah. Oh, pile on. Yeah.
Give strike three.
Could you stop it?
While this team is
in a
playoff position,
run.
Yes. Pile on the president of baseball operations, who is the one pulling the strings right now.
The highest ranking baseball mind in the organization. Yeah, let's fire him. Don't turn that into a drop. I did not say that seriously. I just know what show I'm working on. Ticket texters point out the same deal. Maybe the Tigers took a page out of the Major League movie. In the clubhouse, there's a cardboard cutout of Scott Harris, but instead of removing clothing after each win, they take a piece off for each loss. The end result is Harris in a Speedo. Ugh. Some ticket text on Jackson Joe, because that was how we got into this conversation. We're excited about it, the idea that he can come up, foot on the gas, all hands on deck. Texter says it's an exciting move. This one says, success or fail with it, I appreciate the aggressiveness from this front office, Scott Harris included. We're playing with house money at this point, Jason in Beverly Hills. I agree with that. This is house money. Nobody expected them to be here.
Yeah.
But don't let this pressure weigh you down. They haven't thus far. Put all your, all hands on deck and go for it. Texter says there's no way they're calling up Job to sit on the pine. If they make the postseason, he will get the ball in game 2 with Scooble getting the ball in game 1.
I don't know that they I think it would be impossible that they open with him in game 2.
All right, let's get to Heather in the news.
This is really exciting. A Michigan teen has just set 2 world records for having the largest feet and largest hands of a living teenager.
Okay.
This kid's a big kid. At 16 years old, Eric Kilburn Jr. wears a shoe size 23.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what that means? Really big shoes.
Really, really big shoes, which are really actually hard for him to find.
Sure.
You might remember his story going viral because for 2 years he wore Crocs, which affected his feet. And he couldn't play football because he had to sit on the sidelines because he had like an ankle injury because he didn't
Crocs.
have cleats that fit him. And that's when like Shaquille O'Neal jumped in and other shoe companies and custom made him some shoes. So he has shoes. But either way, so he wears a size 23. His feet measure 13 and a half inches. And then his hands.
Wait.
It says his feet measure 13 and a half inches. And he wears a size 23.
In width?
I'm just reading it. His feet measure 13 and a half inches, making him a shocking size 23 in men's shoes.
Hold on.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
Maybe it is width,
I'm just
John.
reading 13. The article, John.
No. But
it says drastically larger than the typical range of 8.5 to 9 for men.
So it's got to be the width.
So it's got to be. Yeah. We're talking about
because the length
is
feet,
but both are part of having the biggest feet of a teenager.
Right, yeah. The length would be longer. If he's wearing
13.
a size 23, I guess we're talking about the girth.
Yes, John.
Versus the length.
Yes, John.
And his hands cover 9.13 inches, which are much larger than the average 7.4 inches for those of his age.
Okay. That's it.
He's 6'10".
His feet are way bigger than his hands, but yeah.
Yeah, as they should be.
No, I know, but yeah, a 9-inch hand.
You're confusing me.
Yeah.
Anyway, the kid's got big feet and big hands, right? He's in the Guinness World Records.
It's
pretty incredible. He's 6'10". No, 16.
Oh, there's a lot of numbers flying around here.
Yeah. Either way, pretty cool. So he's going to be in the book. Check it out.
Yes. I do have some breaking news. Breaking news, yes. For all of you fishermen out there, this is remarkable. And I'm going to leave the names out to protect any phone numbers, any calls, any visits. But in Little Traverse Bay in Petoskey, last night, it's not known for its walleye fishing. And there have been cohos caught. There have been a lot. It's been a great year for salmon. But last night, a 32.2-inch walleye, 10 pounds,
was girth? What are we talking here, John?
Yes. We measure it all when we're talking about our walleye. Trust me, yes. This one is a big one. And it was caught in 110 feet of water, 80 foot down, on a downrigger, trailing a black J-plug. Which, all right, most people right now listening,
what do those words mean?
None of those mean anything unless you are a fisherman. But if you are a fisherman and you understand what this means, that's a 10-pound walleye out of Little Traverse Bay. That is breaking news. Oh, my goodness. And so, I'm a little distracted on that first news story because I just got these pictures, and I am in awe, jealous as hell.
Who's eating it?
Oh, this one's I mean, you could.
Or is it getting hung on a wall?
It's getting hung on the wall. Oh, yeah. You may actually put this one in bed with you for a little while.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Spoon a little bit, cuddle. and then mount it on the wall. Oh my goodness, this thing. I'll show you guys the picture.
How
at the
much
break.
did it weigh?
10 pounds.
Oh, that's nothing.
Heather, how did you miss that in your news? I can't imagine.
I was
She didn't get it. It was breaking news. This happened just in the middle of the night.
just wow.
Wow is
Holy
right.
cow.
Yes,
Wow.
there.
Let's see it. Oh yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, yeah, it's
Oh, yeah. Apparently, you're not much of a fisherman.
it's a big fish. Okay, it's a big fish.
It's unbelievable.
All right. In other breaking news, I guess not breaking, but Mike Francesa is questioning Travis Kelce's dedication to football after his slow start to the season. So during the latest installment of his podcast, he discussed how Kelce's basically performance has drastically fallen off, and he's suggesting that it may be because he's distracted by fame.
All right, old man. No. Come on. Could be defenses. Could be
Father
a
time.
lot. Yeah, it could be father time. Exactly. It eventually catches up with everyone. No, don't give me this BS.
It's his first year being famous, apparently.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. It couldn't be the Super Bowls that he's already been a part of. I mean, get out of here with this.
Texter says, more fishing talk, please, and a year's worth of drops, all from talking about kids' shoes.
Yes. I know. I still don't understand.
So someone pointed out they don't like a 23 for a men's shoe is not 23 inches.
No, I know that, but I wear a size 15.
And how many inches do you have over there?
Okay.
About his shoes. This is,
okay.
come on.
It's hilarious because when you go to the combine, they measure your hands. They measure the width of your hand. And so I know what mine are 11 inches. And so I always
use
measure. I use a measuring stick.
yeah.
When I'm, So,
John,
yes.
we have to move
but,
on.
But,
we have to move on.
A size
I'm sorry.
23 would be longer than 13 inches.
John, we have to move on. This is so absurd.
I'm just reading the article.
That's all Heather's doing is her
Yes.
job. She didn't sign up for that.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Ridiculous. Greg Palm is next. It's a ranking of college football teams, the top 12 through 4 weeks. Dan Campbell at 9:02. It's 97.1.
when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to ask you questions, and then depending on your answers and your family, everything that goes into making you who you are, they're going to build a financial plan that is unique and fits your situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Lions head coach Dan Campbell joins us at 9:02 this morning. I have a PSA I'd like to put out for Tigers fans. But first, people need to know this. And Heather witnessed it too. You spent the entire time we were off air
that's not true.
Trying to find a yardstick or a ruler.
No, that's not true. Not true. The first 10 minutes of that past segment, I was setting up for post-show interviews and things in the backup studio.
But I heard you. Anybody got a ruler? Yardstick.
Yeah. For 5 minutes, yes, I was looking for a ruler, yardstick, anything, any type of measuring device that we could talk about on air. And I can't believe there is no one that has a ruler. So I was using a piece of paper, right? 11 by 8 or 8.5 is the size of a piece of paper. I just still can't figure out how they get a size 23 out of, what was his shoe size? Or his foot size?
13 and a half.
Yeah.
And I agree with you now that I've done some research as well.
Yes.
Because they say if
Look
you
at me
wear
stepping on a blank piece of paper.
a size 16, it says in inches, your foot would be 12 and a half inches long. So to only be an inch longer than that and then jump up to a 23.
It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. Because I think I've been places where people have, like, you see a Shaquille O'Neal shoe.
Right.
Which is like a 22 or 23. And you're like, holy cow, that's a boat.
No kidding.
And so that's why I'm just...
We need room for the sock. Long toenails, maybe. Like, you need some wiggle room.
Sure. Yes.
I don't know.
The numbers didn't add up, which is probably the most stupid thing to get hung up on.
Yes. And we did. We got very hung up on it. It happens. Mm-hmm. We also gotten hung up on this Tigers run, and rightfully so. This team is in the midst of a playoff chase. They control their own destiny. This came out of nowhere. I mean, we were loosely paying attention, but we thought they could lose as many as 90 games after the trade deadline, and they've done anything but. They're going to flirt with 90 wins as they approach a playoff spot. And I've seen this happen on the ticket text, and I've seen it happen on social media. This fan policing. You gave up on them. You can't. Let's be very clear about this. Everybody can and should be enjoying what's going on with this baseball team. Totally. Just because you didn't see a 50-year miracle coming doesn't mean you can't enjoy this. If you wanted them to sell at the deadline, if you were upset that you were seeing another losing summer from your baseball team, if you didn't buy into Bally's when it was taken from you, you're not a bad fan. You're allowed to enjoy this. You should enjoy this. This is once in a lifetime. There should be no real fans. This is for the real fans. Fair weather fans can't enjoy. Everybody should be enjoying this.
Yes. No one, go back 6 weeks, in their right minds would have been predicting that this would be the situation where we're all hoping. We can have hope. A hope is not a strategy.
No.
And if it hasn't happened in 51 years, why would you bank on the fact that it would happen now?
Again, it's only happened one time in all of baseball that we've had a team 51 years ago come back down 8 games below 500 in August to make the playoffs, and the Tigers would be just the second in the history of baseball to do it. You didn't have to see it coming. In fact, it makes it even more of a story. It makes it that much more exciting that it was so unexpected.
And we had the I told you so guy call in yesterday about the Lions. If you were saying, 6 weeks ago that this was going to happen, and you're now the I told you so guy,
come on.
F you. It really.
Tickets.
I was just going to say, you keep bringing up that 73 Met team. Is that what it was?
73 Mets.
Yeah, and under 500. There's been a lot of teams that have made these comebacks and gotten back into races, or teams that have blown things and stuff. The unique thing about this is the amount of games that they were under 500.
Yeah,
like that's a bad team, and that's why the Mets are the only other one that's done it. It's very rare for this to happen, because if you're under 500, you're a bad team. And a lot of people always think you can't take anything serious until you get to 500. That's like the benchmark before you can even start talking about going to the next step.
Some ticket text that I do want to get to. Texter points out there is a measurement app on all iPhones, Ron and Trenton. I didn't want John to get his phone out with the measurements. I just thought that could go the wrong direction. I was aware of that.
Let's see what we can measure.
Oh,
okay.
geez.
This one says, John, you can measure your body parts when you go home. Right now, you're at work.
Just want to measure my foot. That's it.
Got it. We have a lot to talk to Dan Campbell about, right? The injuries are piling up. They're coming off a win. Good time to take inventory of this football team and get it straight from the head coach. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Yeah.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Tigers fans won't have to wait long until their team continues their run for the playoffs. The team turned today into a matinee for fear of rain. 1:10 p.m. is the new start time. Tickets for the original start time are still good or can be exchanged. A lot of scoring on Monday Night Football last night, most of it by Josh Allen and the Bills in their first half. The call on Westwood won the fourth Josh Allen TD of the first half. They blasted Jacksonville 47-10. Elsewhere in Cincinnati, the Bengals are 0-3 after the Commanders popped them 38-33. The next Monday night game will be at Ford Field. The Lions will debut their all-black uniforms against the Seahawks. We'll have to wait to see if Sam Laporta, Ali McNeil, Brian Branch will be good to go. They're day-to-day, with the latter being in the concussion protocol. Davenport, Barnes, and Ragnow suffering long-term injuries. And the refurbished Pac-12 gains another member. Reports say that Utah State is shifting from the Mountain West into the Pac, the fifth school to make that same move. Utah State's football program has made 11 bowl games since 2011 and have made the big dance in basketball in 4 out of the last 5 tourneys. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Use the app on your phone?
I did. It's amazing what your phones can do. All the stuff it can do that you don't even know about.
What was the verdict?
My foot is 12 inches long.
I just saw you looking over at your crotch. I wasn't sure what you were doing
What?
over there.
No, come on. See, it's the updates that get me in trouble. And it's not even my fault.
That's not your fault, but it's funny. It is funny anyway.
Yes.
We've been talking a lot of Tigers today. The Lions, of course, it's football season. 2-1 to start the season, John. They're coming off the win against the Arizona Cardinals, and we're generally feeling good about this team. I think some Lions fans are looking at this injury list piling up, and they're starting to get a little concerned. Frank Ragnow, week to week with a torn pec, was the report late last night. We know he's tough.
Yes, he is. And
we don't know how this is going to be handled, though.
No, we don't. And we don't know the severity of it. And I don't know how much Dan will be able to tell. I don't know how much Dan really knows in regards to the doctor saying, oh, it's not that bad or it's bad. That's
right.
Okay. Is it completely torn? Is it, how much of it is torn? That's why they always have the grades. It's a, grade 1 ankle sprain, grade 2, grade 3, or it's, we talk about the ACL, MCL, all those different, PCL, what grade we don't know the grade of the tear. So it's hard for us to, should we? No.
Right. Again, we'll get the info that we get and pass it along. I know Derek Barnes, a longer timeline as well. Davenport, belief is he's done for the season. Let's get some answers. Let's talk to the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Dan, we appreciate you making some time for us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with the game from Sunday. How are you feeling after the second win of the year?
Look, I always feel good after a win. They're hard to come by in this league. And, I tell you what really, what makes you feel good is to know the type of game we were going to need to play to beat that opponent. It was going to be a little bit of a, lunch pail, hard hat type game, man, dirty work in the trenches, and it was going to require everybody, receivers, DBs, the whole deal. And I tell you what, they responded in a huge way. I thought our bigs set the tone, and we played a rugged physical game, man, for that win. Proud of them.
And I mean, nobody's going to complain about a win we always have some questions. What was the difference in the second half, specifically the third quarter, versus the first, where you scored on the first two possessions? It seemed like you were able to move the ball consistently, and then the second half, in the third quarter, it wasn't as consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you can go through the drives. It was, it was one thing here, one thing there. I mean, you come out and, we're in a 3rd and 1, and then we have a false start, backs us up. And so I would have felt pretty confident about getting that first down. Then you get in a 3rd and 6, we end up, we don't convert on it. You come back on the next possession and we throw an interception. We just, they ran a kind of a change pressure. So, a couple errors there, a couple different guys. We come back out, defense gets a huge stop. Carlton makes that huge play on 4th and 1. I felt like that was a critical play in the game. And I also felt like that was the time when we needed to finish this game. It was where you felt like we could have tried to put them away there. And, man, we get in a 4th and 1, and it's really the one play the whole game where we get knocked back, up front. And so we get, we don't convert there. And so it was just kind of one thing after another. But, I thought we started outstanding. I thought the offense set the tone, that whole line did. And then I thought defense, man, finished it. And special teams in the second half. So it was a total team effort. I was proud of those guys.
You've been a team that's won a lot with offense. Are you starting to be the type of team that can also win with defense now?
Absolutely. We can win any way we need to win, and that's what you love, man. When you have 3 units that are playing in sync, and you have the ability to play any type of game you need to, depending on what's going on, or if one unit needs a little bit of pick me up at different times, that's a good feeling. And I feel like that's what we got. Our defense is playing at a very high level. They have for 3 weeks going now. AG's doing an outstanding job. And those guys understand the plan, what it's going to take to defend the opponent. And we're playing physical, violent, smart, disciplined football right now. And they're a difference maker, man. They are. And offensively, there's always things that we're going to want to clean up, but the objective is to score more than the opponent. Our defense can't allow them to score more than our offense, and that's what's going on right now.
I know when I was playing, there's always things that happen on the field that you got to laugh at in the moment. And I don't know if you saw it or even understood it at the time, but David Montgomery picking up 6 yards with his feet not even touching the ground. What was your reaction, and what was David's reaction when he came to the sideline?
Well, Look, really that whole game, just the nature of that, but even that play is like mother's milk when you're a baby. You want to know the truth. It was just, it's food for the soul. It was outstanding. That guy fought for every blade of grass, and then your old line is just surging. And they finished, and really the whole game was that way. Our backs were driving for every yard, and then you see here comes the O-line, here comes St. Brown, our tight ends. Everybody is just pushing the pile. And that one, we got 16 yards on that. That's nothing but willpower and effort, and it was awesome.
We're talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. What are you still chuckling over the?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, we want to get some updates on some injuries. I know you spoke yesterday with the media on most of these guys, but Frank Ragnow, we saw the report, torn pec week to week. We know he's tough. Is the thought maybe rest him with the bye week looming, or do you think the plan is to play him for the upcoming game?
Yeah, look, first of all, Frank is stubborn, all right? He's hard-headed, Frank, and he's tough, he's stubborn, and so, he wants to go, and he always wants to go. But this is something we're still talking about right now. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do with him. A lot of it is where is he going to feel by, middle or end of the week. But he does have something in there, and he did play through some of this last week, and so we'll do what's best for him and what's best for us in the moment, ultimately. But you know how I feel about Frank. We all do. Appreciate the heck out of him. He's tough, man.
Marcus Davenport. It sounds like you mentioned, that he's going to be out for the rest of the year. Who, other than Josh Paschal, who helps fill that void? And is there any chance we see a little bit more James Houston?
Well, I don't know that yet. Like, I would tell you this, Pascal's going to take on a much bigger load. Mm-hmm. You know, Pascal's going to be, obviously he and Hutch are your ends. Levi's going to need to do some of that, which he did in training camp. There's a good chance, we could bring somebody up off the vet squad or the practice squad. Houston could be a candidate. So we know we're going to need to bring in some reinforcements for sure, just losing that body. And Davenport was playing at a high level. It hurts. It does. It hurts losing him. He's been a force in there. But we also, it's why you have the depth that we have and the players that we've acquired. Brad's done a hell of a job, and we've always identified that depth is important, man, and you got to have it. So we have guys that we know are going to step up and do a hell of a job for us. They're ready for it, and everybody in this building knows, like, you are one play away, and it's your chance. It's your opportunity to help your team and showcase what you got.
James Houston, healthy scratch for the 2 of the 3 games this season. There's maybe a disconnect from fans to the way that you guys have deployed him this season. I don't know that I consider him in the doghouse, but you don't seem like he's maybe the next guy up. Where does he need to get to maybe be the pass rusher he was at the end of 22?
No, I think he just keeps working, and there again, it's so much of it is who do you sit if he comes? Everybody that we have up right now is playing at a pretty high level on defense, and they all have a role, between defense and special teams. So that's kind of where it's been. As long as he just keeps working and and when he gets his opportunity, make the most of them. As with any player here.
Monday night, there's plenty of juice there. The black uniforms, which I know that you were a big proponent of, we were told yesterday, there's plenty of juice there. Seattle, outside the division, they're a team that has kind of been the nemesis. Is there a little extra juice knowing that it's Seattle coming to town?
Well, yeah, it'd be nice to beat these guys since we haven't done it. I mean, they've been one of those teams that's kind of had our number, but I think more importantly, it's for the win itself. Coach Carroll's gone, and it's a brand new regime over there. There's a lot of new players. There are some holdovers, but I do kind of feel like, man, this really is a different team, new team that we're getting ready to face. They're playing good football. As you said, they're undefeated here. And so this is a good opponent coming in here, man. They play outstanding defense. They're going to grind it out on the ground. Walker's a hell of a back, and then Geno's, he's playing well. They got the receivers, so this is going to be a pretty big test for us.
Obviously, there's been improvement in the secondary from last year to this year, and you just mentioned it. How big of a test will this be with Metcalf, in Jigba, all of the receivers that they have for Terrion Arnold and the cast of characters that you guys have in the secondary?
Yeah, it'll be big. I mean, it's another group of good receivers that it's time to face, and they got good players. They got a mixture of different types of players, like you said, between Metcalf and Jigba and those guys. I mean, they all kind of do different things, and they're playing pretty well. But man, I love where we're at, man. I love our secondary. I think CD is playing at a high level. I thought he had an outstanding game yesterday or 2 days ago. I think Terrion Arnold gets better every week. I think Amik is getting better, man. He's playing in the slot. I think he's competitive, outstanding cover man. And then our safeties are playing at a high level. And I think collectively, the more they play together, the better that unit is gonna be on the back end. So we continue to grow. They continue to get better. And then collectively, it's only gonna get better. Time on task, and those guys communicate and playing with each other.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We're all excited for Monday night. Appreciate some of your time.
Absolutely. You guys take care.
Thanks. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, you can join the YMCA with no contract and no joiner fees and for just $3 a day. I'm loving all the YMCA has to offer, including access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, discounts on personal training, which I'm taking full advantage of right now, all with free child watch while you work out. And now you can try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your Y today.
I have to commend John Jansen. I thought you were going to lose your professionalism at
Mother's Milk.
Mother's Milk.
I love how Dan is very open with us. He's very comfortable with us, and how he will, he told people at one point to wear diapers. And now he breaks out the Mother's Milk. All sayings that we have heard throughout the course of our life, now put in football parlance, is tremendous.
As only he can.
Yes.
As only Dan Campbell can.
Mm-hmm.
And, in terms of what we take out of that, Frank Ragnow, I think it was as honest an answer as he can give, which is that Frank's stubborn, wants to go. They don't know at this point. And John, I don't know what the right answer is because we don't know the severity of the torn pec. We know he's played through some pretty gruesome stuff before.
Sure.
I don't know how much rest helps either, right? Like they could say, hey, the season is much more important than the one game coming up on Monday night.
Yeah.
There may be an argument to sit him Monday, the bye week, rest him even going into that next game and almost give him 3 weeks off. Does that heal the pectoral muscle enough to where it's not an issue? Probably not. So then they're in this gray area.
Well, and it's what do they do to make sure that it doesn't get torn all the way?
Right.
And I mean, I know there's, when you have a shoulder injury, like there's shoulder braces that you can wear. Do they limit his range of motion? And if they do, how does that affect how he plays? I mean, there's just a lot that he's going to have to figure out and work through. And he is stubborn. He is tough. He doesn't want to not be out there.
Yeah.
And the question is going to be, what's the right decision for him in regards to is 70% of Frank Ragnow better than Graham Glasgow at center and Wusika at guard? Like it may be, it may also not be, and the decision may be, well, we're going to wait until hopefully 2 weeks down the road, and you'll get 3 weeks of rest, and then you'll be at 85%. There's never going to be 100%. Like that ship sailed years ago.
Yeah, again, I don't know. Can it heal in a meaningful way in 3 weeks to where you say this is going to better preserve and protect that pec for a 20-week season? Right? Where you anticipate playing because you want long season's worth of football.
If all goes well, you certainly want him in week 16, 17, 18, and then in the playoffs.
Yep. So how do you get him there? And I know it's been a lot of managing Frank Ragnow's body over the last several seasons.
Yeah.
It's in some ways we're used to this. They're certainly used to this. It's not a panic. Like I look around the league and a lot of teams are banged up. And I know the Lions injury report isn't fun to look at right now. Derek Barnes out for a considerable amount of time. Davenport done for the season. They're going to face Seattle, who was without Kenneth Walker for a couple weeks. Yeah. Their right tackle's going on injured reserve. Look around what's going on. Packers won 2 straight with a backup quarterback. Like, there's no excuses in this league. No one feels sorry for you. You got to go out and find a way to win the very next game.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's feeling sorry for San Francisco. Right. No one's feeling sorry for, Dallas, their defense isn't playing. Like, okay, even if it's just performance or it's injury, no one's going to feel sorry for you. Minnesota starts 3-0, and then their quarterback goes in for MRIs. No one is going to care when you play the game on whatever day you're supposed to play. Thursday night, Sunday, Monday, it doesn't matter. You got to go out there and find a way to overcome some of these obstacles.
A team that this show's been bullish on is the Eagles, right? Yeah. We like the Eagles more than most people do, and look at them. A.J. Brown now 2 games. Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
They're get her done. Guess what? Wins are wins, and you gotta survive it. And they're going through. It's going to be a similar thing with them, where these are going to linger a couple of weeks potentially. You just got to,
find a way.
Like I said before the season, last year is not going to happen this year. This league changes constantly and stuff, and you got to just fight through this stuff. And compared to other teams, the line, as long as nothing piles on now, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I think the most concerning one might be Derek Barnes, to be honest with you, because he had been playing good ball, and they were using him in a variety of ways. So it's not like you're replacing him in one spot on that defense.
Yeah, but when we talked to coaches, they said, hey, we have 4 starters.
Right.
And so, okay, now you're down a starter. You got 3 starters.
But Alex Anzalone, who didn't play last week, should play this week. So,
hopefully he will, but you still got 2 starters.
Exactly.
And you're starting 2 linebackers.
Right.
So, I mean, this is where attrition does make a difference, and it's building up the roster. I think the biggest question moving forward is, okay, Aiden Hutchinson has been very good. And he's been good because you are getting not sack numbers, but you are getting pressure from other areas of the defense. Marcus Davenport, even though he didn't have the sack numbers, was applying pressure. He wasn't letting Kyler Murray or Matthew Stafford escape out of the pocket, and then all of a sudden there's Aiden Hutchinson to put a hit on him. Same thing in the middle. Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike. All right, so now you're going to be playing in different positions. You just got to find a way to step up. But I think edge rusher, as the season continues, will become more of a talking point.
It's floated out earlier today. Cincinnati's 0-3. Trey Hendrickson, which you call as the deadline approaches. Hassan Reddick, double-digit sacks, 4 straight seasons. But he would come with a contract extension, which I don't know that the Lions would want to do.
Well, at any point, it's going to be a departure from the Brad Holmes theory. And it's not, I know coming from L.A., it was F them picks. Brad Holmes hasn't been there, but he also hasn't been in this position. How does he adjust his philosophy if you're in a season where it's just go get it?
Last thing that you asked him, I'm happy you did the secondary. He was very excited to talk about these defensive backs. They've played well through 3 weeks, shut down the deep passing game, which is a welcome sight. They're going to have to continue to play well with the matchup this week. Let's get to Heather in the news.
Well, if you live in Birmingham, you might want to go and look at buying an electric leaf blower, because it's possible that gas-powered leaf blowers could be banned in the near future. So the Birmingham City Commission met on Monday night to discuss a new ordinance that would ban gas-powered leaf blowers in the city by the summer of 2026. So you still have a little bit of time, but, start looking early,
maybe.
Is
it because of the noise?
That's part of it, yes. So they say the reason is to protect the peace, health, safety, and welfare of people in the city, and to promote the city's sustainability goals by reducing noise, pollution, and other negative effects from leaf blowers. So
the gallon of gas that a leaf blower takes versus trucks, cars.
They wouldn't be the first city to do this. Ann Arbor already did this. They passed the ordinance banning gas-powered leaf blowers during the summer months. They want to get a total ban by 2028. So Birmingham would not be the first city to be doing this. But they did pass this resolution in support of the ban last year, which would eliminate the gas-powered leaf blowers by July 1st of 2026. And right now they're in the process of drafting the ordinance language and then seeing how to move forward in the next steps. And it sounds like a lot of the residents are divided. They have mixed reactions.
Yeah.
Some don't really care and say that's totally fine. I don't mind. Others say, well, this is ridiculous.
Well, to John's point, I don't know that the leaf blowers are ruining our atmosphere. To me, and I drive an EV, It's a convenience argument for me. I have an electric mower. It's a convenience argument. I have no issue if someone wants to drive a gas car or use a gas mower or a gas leaf blower.
Well, and you ask somebody with a small yard, and you're like, yeah, okay, fine, an electric leaf blower is fine. You ask somebody that's picking up a lot of leaves or maintaining a large lawn.
If we don't have a gas-powered leaf blower, and we bought an industrial
the backpack leaf blower,
you have to have it, or we live in the forest. There's no other way that we'd be able to get. I mean, there would be another way, right? You can get a rake,
in the ass.
I guess, but it would be a backbreaking labor for sure, without a doubt. So just a heads up for those in Birmingham. A 10-year-old girl who vanished in Louisiana in the woods is now back home with her family thanks to a thermal imaging drone that tracked her. You guys, this little girl went missing. This was around 10 p.m. on September 14th because she was sleepwalking. She sleepwalked into the woods and basically found a nice place to lay down. And the footage shows her curled up and sleeping when the drone was flying around trying to find her because she was sleepwalking. They say this girl is missing for over 24 hours. She was found in a dense area of the woods about 300 yards from where she had previously been spotted on trail camera. So thankfully, she's home, she's fine, but could have been a much different situation had they not had this thermal imaging drone. Yeah. Speaking of wild, after being abducted at 6 years old, a missing child was found 70 years later, alive and well. In 1951, this little boy, 6 years old, Louis Albino, he was playing in a park in Oakland, California. He was kidnapped by a woman who took him to the East Coast to raise him as her son. And that's exactly what she did. Now, more than 7 decades later, he was found thanks to the help of online ancestry tests, some old photographs, some newspaper clippings. The story got a big break in 2020 when this guy's niece took one of those online DNA tests, matched with him. And then from there, more family members took more DNA tests and they determined, yes, this is this long lost boy we've been looking for forever. And in June, the family was reunited, started, connecting again as brother.
That's amazing.
To brother. Yeah. His mom, his real mom,
yeah.
birth mom has passed away. So has the woman who's kidnapped him
and raised him.
Yeah. She's also passed as well.
It's wild.
So
that is
crazy.
Wild. Yeah.
It's a wild story.
It's Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, some talk about our baseball team. They got a day game today. Tarek Skubal on the bump. It's 97.1. Jackson Joe bringing his fireballs to the city of Detroit this week. He has the call up to the big club.
Bringing the heat.
It's 97-1. Tarek Skubal throws today at 110. Game got moved up. And I know that's not convenient for fans, right? We gave away a bunch of tickets thinking this was going to be a night game. Weather has played a role here, and the Tigers want to get this game in. They don't want to delay Tarek Skubal a day because then it takes away the possibility of him throwing in a must-win on Sunday.
And it's Tigers. It's also Major League Baseball, who wants to try and keep everything on an equal footing in a race for a postseason spot. Now, the Twins already had to play that doubleheader on Sunday. It is one game apiece for the next 6 games between the Tigers, Minnesota, and Kansas City.
Yep. And I think the goal is easy. Get in, first and foremost. Get in without needing to use Skubal after today, which would save him for game 1 of a playoff series. And the third goal is to get up into that second wild card spot to play Baltimore instead of Houston. And that's the order I would put those goals in. Get in, save Skubal, and if it works out where you can also pick up a game to secure a better first-round matchup, hell yeah, let's see it. 6 days, 6 games before the season wraps up, and we have playoff baseball in Detroit. And it sure feels like we're headed that way. 248-539-9797. John had a very simple question with a bunch of different answers. Who gets the most credit for this miraculous run? We made it a poll question. We'll update the results as the show wraps. But John, whether it's the players, whether it's AJ and Feder, Scott Harris, Avila's on that poll question. I know no one wants to hear that. How would you answer it? Who deserves the most credit for what the Tigers have accomplished so far?
To me, it always comes down to the players, the guys that are out there actually performing when asked to perform. And yes, coaches put you in position, and I think AJ Hinch, Chris Feder have done a masterful job of pulling the right strings at the right time. But even if you put a guy out there that you think, okay, I like a lefty against this lefty, they still have to go out and perform. And the players over the past 6 weeks have done a masterful job of being able to go out there in some tough situations, whether it's pinch hitting, it's pinch running, it's coming in relief. They have done openers have done a great job of going out there and actually performing when called upon.
The players deserve credit for sure, but most of the credit to me is to AJ Hinch and Chris Feder, because these players are playing above themselves, and it's because they're being put in positions to be successful. In other words, if you're a reliever who is a lefty specialist, we're going to put you in against lefties. If you're a pitcher who we want to strategically set up to face the heart of the order, we can do that by managing this bullpen. Ground ball, fly ball, we can play the matchups and set you up for success, because a lot of these guys in the bullpen weren't getting it done in Toledo. They were up here for necessity, not because they were, outstanding stuff. They were struggling against AAA hitters, but they were put in positions to succeed by AJ Hinch and Chris Feder. If it was 1 or 2 players who had stepped up, maybe I give the credit to those 1 or 2 players. But when it's a collective the way it is for the Tigers, I think you have to give it up to the manager and his pitching coach. They're doing this with pitching and seemingly smoke and mirrors, but they're the ones puppeteering the whole thing. They're the one pulling the strings to make it happen. I think it's those guys, Hinch and Feder, then the players, that deserve the most credit. And we can check the poll. I think that's the way most people feel about it, too. You can vote on Twitter at Costa and Jansen.
Yeah.
And it's 53% Hinch Feder, 42% the players, 3% Al Avila, and 2% Scott Harris.
Everybody always hates on the guy that's in that job right now. Always hate on him.
Harris, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, are they doing this because of the moves he made, or largely because they've overcome?
Oh, so if we're going to talk about player development,
yeah,
who implements that plan?
Scott. Yeah, and it's executed by AJ, but yeah, sure, it's Scott.
Well, it's executed by AJ at the major league level, but it's also executed by other coaches at the AAA and lower levels. That's Scott Harris directing how he wants these players developed, or at least hiring the right people to develop the players.
I would buy on a granular level that Scott Harris has made a difference in this organization. I absolutely get that argument. But I think this season was one where they didn't bolster the team beforehand. They sold off at the deadline during, and they kept Javi Baez on the roster for the majority of the season. These are not moves you make if you feel like you are a playoff baseball team. They are doing this in spite of the moves that Scott made for the majority of the season. Doesn't mean he's going to be a failed GM, because the granular stuff matters. The player development stuff is the stuff we've been begging for years. But just keeping it 100, like, he's not on the same stratosphere for credit for me. And I think the people have reflected that in the
It's always going to be the man in the arena, right? It's either the coach, and by coach we mean AJ Hinch and Chris Fetter, or it's the players that are actually going out and performing. And yes, coach, it's a quintessential chicken or the egg. You've got to put players, good coaches, good managers, put players in position to be successful. But ultimately, it's the players that got to perform.
I think part of the conversation, too, is Jackson Jobe, right? It's the same chicken or the egg, right? It's the player and the stuff, right? This is an elite pitching prospect, but it's also trusting that the coaching staff knows what they're doing, throwing him into a playoff chase right now, right? I mean, this idea that he is unproven, that the moment is pretty big, but I don't have any apprehension because they've done such a good job situationally setting these guys up that I expect them to put Jobe in positions to be successful. I expect the tone and the tenor of that clubhouse to remain at the right temperature. They've done a really good job being excited, building on this, being confident, but also being comfortable and not letting the pressure be too much. And that starts with the tone from leadership. So when you plug in a guy as young as Jackson Jobe, there may be some out there who are concerned, what if the blood pressure starts to spike, and what if he starts to shake a little and he gets rattled and it doesn't work out? It could happen, but I don't have those concerns because of the way that they've conducted themselves between the ears during this run.
The psychological approach to the players, the psychology of it. And AJ's talked about it. He's never shied away from, when we talk about 6 weeks ago, are you speaking at all to these guys about what's at stake each and every game? No. Like, it's just about winning one game. And when a guy is down, and how do you, one, protect him in the lineup, or you send him down, you bring him back up, and all of those different things. He's always talking about the mindset of the player and what it means to him. And I think there's a ton of credit given to AJ Hinch for handling it with kid gloves at times, other times with an iron fist.
Yeah, I know we've had AJ on every couple of weeks. We'll have him on Thursday, and there are times when we're thinking, hey, should you be bumping up Scooble? Should Jackson Jobe already be here, right? This idea of like, go for it. And they've walked the fine line about applying pressure and not applying pressure. But, John, it's clear at the final week here, foot's on the gas. Jobe's here. They're going to use Scooble at least once, maybe twice if they need him the final 6 games. Like, the foot is on the gas. There's no holding back. It's all hands on deck for the Tigers to get in the playoffs. And they've walked the line to get to this point, and it's in their hands.
It is. They control their own destiny. Now it's just a matter of going out and doing it. And it will come down to the psychology of it. Were they playing with house money and said, hey, we're not supposed to be here, so let's just keep out going and play it. Now we are here. Do things get tight? Do they pucker up?
Now that you're not hunting a spot, but you got to hold the spot.
Right.
But my point is, I don't think they should be trying to hold this spot. I think they're chasing better playoff matchups. They're chasing the ability to rest their ace.
Sure.
Like, there's still a lot for them to be.
The focus shouldn't necessarily, okay, you've overtaken the Twins. Hey, nice job. Pat on the back.
Sure.
You got your day off yesterday. Now it's 6 games to overtake the Royals. And while it's not likely, it's not probable, the Orioles are within reach. And they would need to be a complete disaster, and you're going to have to win out, basically. But always, what my point is, always set your sights a little bit higher.
Yes.
So once you reach a goal, you don't relax. You set a new goal, and that's the Royals, and then it's the Orioles. You're always reaching for something greater so that you're never sitting there resting and saying, that's good enough.
Well, it's why I brought up yesterday. Like, if you're the best team in baseball for 6 weeks and you get in the playoffs with this pitching staff,
why not?
You're not just, hey, maybe we'll win a game or a series. It's win the whole thing.
Did you just call them? Did you cost the Lock a World Series?
Your thoughts, 248-539-9797. I did not.
Okay.
On the record, did not.
Just to clarify.
Just clarifying. It's always good to clarify. It's 97-1.
Hey, we talk about Castellax, and our teams here in Detroit they're giving us so much fun right now. So why not watch them in front of the greatest screen built for sports fans? It's a viewing experience that is second to none. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels. That is Stadium Swim, as located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's America's favorite place to watch all great moments, but especially football since we're in football season. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
Everybody's on board. G-Mac Cash said throwing out the first pitch today. How about that? Tigers 110. Tarek Skubal on the mound.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers won again. Sounds good to me.
You know what? 6-game season. One at hand right now. And let's go.
Rays have been playing good ball. Nothing's a guarantee. But the way this team's playing, it just feels like something's happening with this baseball team. And as far as the weather today, you may be looking outside going, wait, they're playing a day game? It is supposed to rain until about noon, give or take. Then there's a window of about 4 or 5 hours before it rains again tonight, which is why they moved the game up today.
Plenty of time to get the game in. Have a Skubal start.
And I think the key is, pitching him today, because if they delayed to tomorrow, he could pitch Wednesday, but then it'd be short rest if they needed him on Sunday.
Right.
And the goal is you don't need him at all on Sunday, but they have that in their back pocket. If it comes down to the final day of the season, they throw the best pitcher in baseball out there to try to get it done.
Yep. Skubal, Montero, Olsen.
Some ticket texters. Guys, I think the guys who should get the most credit are the pitchers and the players that kept the Tigers competitive while Green, Meadows, Carp, and Torque were all hurt or sent down. That's Tip in a parking lot. They did have to overcome a significant loss with Carpenter's injury.
Sure.
Meadows sent down. Torque sent down. Yeah, and even Riley Green missed some time too in there.
Yeah, overcoming Javi being on the roster.
Part of it too. Ticket Texter says, last minute poll, do the Tigers make the playoffs? Unfortunately, I'm going to say no, Trucker Dave. Why would things change?
Say that again?
I'm saying, why would things change? They've continued to play winning ball. Why suddenly in the last week of the season is that going to change?
They're
playing two teams that are not in the playoffs.
Right. And so, okay, they're playing fancy, loose and fancy free. And so how bad, footloose and fancy free, thank you. I was looking for that one. How bad does Chicago want to, they're already going to set the record for the worst team in Major League history.
It'll be set before the Tigers play them.
So how bad do they just want to upset a division opponent? Like, what's their mindset? Or are they going to, hey, car is packed, U-Haul is packed, I just want out of town, I want it to be over. Like, it goes to the mindset of what these two teams are what they're going to bring to the ballpark.
I just think realize that the Tigers do have the tougher matchup these next 3 games. It's pretty significant. I guess trusting the Royals or Twins to start playing good baseball again might be foolish. But they do play the Nationals and, and Marlins. Marlins are in Minnesota. So the Rays, here's the thing with this, is it's like what I hate about the Tigers playing the Rays this week is the Rays are like a computer.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically the analytical machine, and they are the 6th best ERA in baseball. And the Tigers have had hitting troubles.
Sure.
And so you get yourself into a bunch of 2-1 games, and it can go either way. It's like, just get 2 of these, and I think we're fine.
Yeah, that would put you probably 5-1 down the stretch here. It should be more than enough.
4-2.
4-2 should be 2.
Yeah. So I think it's a respect for the team that's coming in here. It's kind of like they should show up. They've been playing good.
Hey, listen, they got pros on the other side too. Nothing's a gimme, but it feels.
And they're technically not dead.
No, the Rays are not technically.
So if they win today, that gets a little. If they
spark.
gain,
yeah. Texas says the last month has been incredible work by Chris Fetter. The bullpen is unexplainable. Mm-hmm. So I guess he is the explanation. Can we say Baez is the biggest reason that this team has turned things around? Isn't the record since he's been on the IR really, really good? Yes, I just did the math on it. We know how dangerous that is. So unless I screwed this up, I'm seeing 20-8 since August 23rd, the first game without Javi Baez.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. Texter says to say the Tigers are winning, quote, in spite of Scott Harris is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. To say the players are winning because they are mad at Scott for how he approached the year, LOL. I'd like to respond to this without being like the grammar police. The phrase in spite of does not mean with spite. Doesn't mean like they are actively in spite with them. It means regardless. of his moves. In spite of means regardless of the moves that Scott Harris made. It doesn't mean that they are actively showing up with a scowl and trying to stick it to their general manager. President of baseball ops.
Right. No, it's they're looking at it as it's us versus the world.
Yeah.
And you could throw in the moves or the lack of moves that the president made. But the fact of the matter is this team is playing with as much confidence and as you're going to find across Major League Baseball right now.
Confident bunch. Day game today, Gator.
Oh, is it?
Look at the smile on his face.
Little smirk.
I'm just happy I get to go home and watch baseball.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there could be a rain delay. It's supposed to rain this morning.
On call, on notice, any minute.
Well, I think that if it's just light, as long as they start it, they're going to be fine. It doesn't seem like it's supposed to be like heavy rain. So
there's a window.
Yeah, just get the game started and let's get it on, get it over with.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exciting times.
Jackson Jobe.
I can't believe it. I got that. Kang sent me a text yesterday saying it said both Doug and myself, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I reached out to some people immediately, and they're like, what?
Right.
It had just broken, and then everybody's got it. I'm like, oh my God. This is, you guys talked to AJ Hinch a few weeks ago.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you asked him about it. And his response to it at the time, like, would you guys bring up Jackson Jobe? Or I forget how you worded the question.
Yeah, I asked him, because there was a plan in place, right? Scott Harris had said, well, we're not going to skip steps. We're not going to bring him up from AA to the major league level. And so I asked AJ.
And then it goes to AAA.
All right, he's in AAA. Is there any chance, since he's going to make that stop, that we'll see him in the big leagues? And what was your take on his answer? Because I thought there was no chance.
Well, my take was he left the door open.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like to me, because it was almost, sure, initially sort of dismissive, but not quite. Like, that door was ajar, man. And I'm like, I never really thought, like, I was 95% sure it's never going to happen. And then now 5%. It's happened, and I'm just smiling about it. I think AJ Hinch, if you watch these post-game press conferences he's had after they're winning these games, he's giddy right now. He's smiling. He's laughing. He can't, I mean, can he believe what's going on? I'm sure he has to, but there's part of him that has to be like, I don't believe this. Like, how is this possible? This is happening right now, but it's happening. And look, take your shot, man. Use the best arms you have in your organization. And Jackson Jobe clearly is one of those arms. I mean, he can reach triple digits. He's got swing and miss stuff with his other pitches. It's not just the heater. He's got, his slider and changeup and all this stuff. So he can get you to swing and miss, and that's what they're looking for. And to hear that, he's going to pitch out of the bullpen. No kidding.
Right.
So does everybody else in his
That's
team.
the whole thing, yeah.
Right? So this is as exciting as I have been about a debut for a Tigers player in a long time. And we've had a lot of exciting debuts lately, but this one is, this is Jackson Jobe.
This is special.
We'll open with the obvious question. Should they also call up Max Clark?
Fair enough.
It's a fun time around here. You guys can tell. It's Carson Anderson. They're next. It's 97.1.
You're going to love this, Gator. Some back and forth on our family thread, text chain on our phone, our cellular devices. My oldest asked, which weekend should I come back for a game? 11-2 Oregon, you can vote. 10-26 MSU or other. And my daughter pipes in and says, Dad, since Minnesota's at noon, do you think MSU is going to be a night game? In my own family, they are asking me. Here we go.
Yes.
When the Michigan State game is. It's the question I get asked more than any other question annually.
That's great. So what time is it this year?
No idea. No idea. None whatsoever. So
still a month away.
Yes. And I roll my eyes. There was a last month I was asked, hey, do you know what time the Michigan State game will be? My friend's dad wants to know. And I said, I have no idea. Can you guess? And I said,
can I guess?
Noon, 3:30 or night. I mean, I honestly.
Why do you want me to guess? So that you can hold it against me if I'm wrong? I mean, honestly, if you don't, I don't know. Can you guess?
It's funny.
It's just if you had to say it right now, Doug.
Well, the funny thing is, I don't know that people believe me when I say these aren't like big secrets.
No, they don't believe you.
The networks decide. They sometimes have a 13-day announcement.
Well,
sometimes they have a 6-day hold. And you can only be on a 6-day hold so many times, meaning they can only tell you 6 days out like 2 or 3 times a year. But it is the number one question I get asked annually. And I honestly don't know. I find out. Here's the truth. I will get an email that says, this happened yesterday. Michigan, Washington, 7:30. The news is embargoed till 1, meaning you can't announce it until 1. And so we waited for that. It was about 45 minutes between the time we got the heads up and the time we were allowed to announce it.
What happens if you announce it during the embargo?
Then you're breaking the embargo. And there are consequences.
Are there consequences?
And you don't want to know what they are.
No, I guess not. I don't want to know that.
Anyway, point being, I might find out half an hour to 45 minutes before the rest of the world, but that's when I find out too.
Is there a limit on how many night games a team can play?
I don't think there are anymore. There used to be.
I feel like Michigan State's played or going to play an awful lot of night games.
Yeah. There used to be, and there used to be you couldn't do it after certain dates. But there is no maximum number of night games anymore.
Like Labor Day?
Yep. You can play them as many.
Doug, can you rank in order what you think it will be? The Michigan State game, noon, after 3 o'clock, or night?
I should just come up. It's going to be at noon.
Oh, okay.
It's noon. It's just noon.
You think noon, huh?
Noon.
No, it's noon. It's noon.
Oh, it is noon.
It's noon.
Doug just said it.
You broke the embargo.
Wow.
I kind of did. Damn it. I got tricked. Anyway, it just cracks me up. But that's literally the text I get right before we hit the air. How are you today? Speaking of game times, Tiger game gets moved to 1:10.
Well, there's that. Oh, no, I'm still thinking about what time the Michigan State's game is going to be.
It's there. This one could be in a delay. There is a chance that we'll be in a holding pattern, and
it could be.
Yep.
Let's simply just get the thing started because I don't think it's supposed to rain hard. So if it's just this misty stuff, you can play through that, right? We've seen it.
One would think, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you want the safety of the players involved. It is Tarek Skubal pitching on the mound, but it's an important game for him to get in, right?
Yes. When we start looking at the calendar,
there are only 6 games left. So if you need him in a break glass situation to pitch to start the last game of the season, if you need him for that,
yep,
you need him to start today.
Yep. Otherwise, he'd be starting on short rest. The thing is, they've been giving him extra rest. So maybe they feel more comfortable giving him a start on short rest, but no, this is kind of important for this game to get played today. And look, the ideal thing is he pitches today, he wins. The magic number 6, any combination of 6 Detroit wins or Minnesota losses
puts him in the playoffs.
And if they clinch a playoff spot, then they can hold out before Sunday. They can hold out Schuylkill for a game 1 on Tuesday in the American League Wild Card Series. And I got all kinds of Wild Card Series data today that we will get. Dude, we got it. We have to. We have to. We have an opportunity to talk about what could happen. What could happen? Not something I think is going to happen necessarily yet, because they still have a ton of work to do. As long as we provide that addendum, we'll be fine.
As he smiles towards me.
Right? We'll be fine.
When you look at an egg, do you see a chicken?
No. I see an egg.
Okay. We don't count them before they're hatched.
All right, you can leave the studio when I'm talking about wild card possibilities and matchups.
It's an early day.
It's been a tough 15 minutes here at 97.1 The Ticket for Gator. You can take off. 248-539-9797. Intense baseball will be played today at Comerica Park. I am wondering how many people are playing hooky today. Who has said when they saw this got changed, this game time got changed, meant, sorry, work. I will not be participating with you today.
Well, this is tough. I feel bad for all the people that bought tickets for this game.
Without question.
Now you got to rearrange your schedule if you can, and then
kids out of school.
Exactly. So I'm
going to have to postpone that birth.
How crazy is that secondary market going to be today?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, I would imagine you got a bunch of people that are trying to sell their tickets because they thought it was going to be a night.
Okay, so crazy, you mean people trying to sell, not crazy expensive.
No.
Yeah, and on top of that,
it might be less expensive.
Yeah, on top of that, I'm sure there are tickets available on DetroitTigers.com. There are, starting at $25. So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Eric. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great, Eric.
I was just calling in. Did you guys see the commercial during the Bills game where they showed the AL wild card race and they showed all the teams except for the Tigers?
Ooh, I did
not. Am I the only one who saw that?
I thought I caught a bit of a commercial. It wasn't during a Bills game because I was watching the Commanders game, and I thought I saw something promoting the playoffs, and I was looking to see if the Tigers were going to be represented, and they weren't. But I didn't think that they showed a bunch of teams. I thought they were maybe just a few.
They showed all these AL teams that are in the race and not one single highlight of Detroit. I thought it was kind of funny.
No respect.
You know what that is, Eric? That is a commercial that they started putting it together like 3 weeks ago. And
big mistake. Big mistake.
Yeah, and somebody was omitted. Yeah.
Don't sleep on us.
You're right. And anything you can use to motivate yourselves. By the way, Gator, if the Tigers do happen to make it, I do believe that TNT carries wild card games. And you know who that might mean is on the broadcast?
Buck Martinez?
Please let him do a game with Casey Mize pitching.
That'd be funny.
Yep. Because we have noticed that Buck Martinez, who's from like Redding, California, has this weird southern /
California.
He's got this weird accent and way of talking.
Casey Mize.
He does games for the Blue Jays, and during the spring he had a game where the Tiger pitcher was Casey
Mize.
Yep, and he makes Mize like Mize. He turns it into a multi-syllable last name with the way he says it. So we can hope for that. 248-539-9797. All right, lots to get into here with this Tiger-Tampa game. We got Lions injuries to react to, other stuff mixed in as well. All coming up today here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug, and I want to tell you about my friends at Michigan Auto Law, especially with the winter season right around the corner. Our roads are going to get tougher, and I'm hoping I never have to, but if you are in an accident, I hope you're never in an accident, you need someone who's got your back, and that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, that's who I'm sending them to. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Still no announcement regarding Max Clark. He has not been called up yet. Jackson Jobe did get called up yesterday, and Gator, it has created quite a buzz. This is a guy who's some consider the number one prospect, pitching prospect in baseball. And, Scott, we've been watching, and most levels he will settle in and become just a wipeout pitcher. Not so much at AAA. He had 2 appearances in Toledo, went 9 innings, gave up 12 hits, 5 walks. So 12 hits and 5 walks in just 9 innings, struck out 7 and gave up 6 earned runs. But if you look at the formula, minor league stats have little to do with major league success in this organization.
They have almost nothing to do with it.
Yep.
Which is kind of interesting. Unless you're even if you're a hitter, like Wenzel Perez wasn't doing anything in Toledo when the Tigers brought him up.
Yeah. And so here we go with Jackson Jobe, who, look, he's hit 10. I think I saw he hit 101.8 at spring training with his fastball. Through his minor league stint this year, he pitched 91 and 2/3 at West Michigan area in Toledo. His ERA at those 3 stops, 2.36, 96 strikeouts and 91 and 2/3, but 45 walks. He's been known to walk people. Gator,
that's new this year, though. He didn't walk anybody last year, so that's like a little that's a wrinkle this year that they gotta fix.
Iron out.
Yeah, at some point.
That's what you do with a wrinkle.
You're wrinkling. Don't fix the wrinkle.
Yeah.
Fix that wrinkle. Okay. No, you're ironing the wrinkles. Yes.
So the point is, does he make an impact?
I think he can absolutely make an impact because he's a swing and miss guy. Because he throws so hard and he's got secondary pitches that have great movement. And scouts rave about this guy. He's the number one prospect in baseball for a reason. And you think about putting him in a leverage situation when you need a strikeout, here comes Jackson Jobe, right? He can get that done. So I don't know if he's going to be a guy who's going to pitch multiple innings, or if he's just a one-inning guy, or, hey, we need to get this last out in the 8th inning. Can you do that? And then, he just pitches to one batter. Of course, that's the only way you can do it is if you get the last out of the inning with new rules in baseball. But I'm so excited about this because, talking to guys in the morning show, it felt like A.J. Hinch left that door just a little bit ajar when they talked to him about it a few weeks ago and said, what's the plan for Jackson Jobe? And because Scott Harris said, well, he's got to pitch in a minor still, got to pitch AAA. Well, then he got sent to AAA.
Then he immediately got called up to AAA.
I'm like, okay, well, he's got to go AAA before he comes to the Tigers. Is it still shot? Is that never going to happen? Well, he's got a lot of things to do, but but he didn't say no. And in the back of my mind, there was like this 3% chance. I'm like, is he ever going to get this chance? I doubt it. Come on. That's not going to happen. It's improbable. Well, so is this Tiger season. So it feels like anything is possible with this team. But it's I don't think it was the easiest decision to make either with Shelby Miller being the guy who's going to be DFA'd. Now, Shelby Miller has had ups and downs on the season, but one thing Shelby Miller does is get lefties out. Lefties hit 122 against Shelby Miller with a 417 OPS. That's remarkably great. And yet righties kill him.
Yeah.
And he's a right-handed pitcher, so he's got the reverse splits that don't make any sense. So you're getting rid of a guy who does have value. Now, the value might be from baseball 5 years ago more than it is today because the rules have changed and you have to face at least 3 hitters in the inning the whole bit. You're no longer just a lefty specialist. But there's still some value there. So they're giving up on that to bring in the guy who can reach triple digits and get swings and misses.
So the other part of this, though, is, hi, kid, welcome. Here's the baseball. We need an out, and the playoffs are dependent on it. Like, it's a huge ask for a 22-year-old, and people talk about pitchers' makeups and all that. You really don't know how you're going to react in this kind of situation until you're in this kind of situation.
And yet this whole team is guys like that. Maybe not to this point because nobody else has been called up right before the playoffs. But these guys they're all so young, and they seemingly they're not oblivious to what's going. They know full well what's going on here, but they're young enough to just being enjoying it here, and maybe not knowing any better than to act the way that you've always acted.
I get it, but nobody. This is a different kind of ask. This is a big ask for a really, obviously, an incredibly green.
It is
young kid,
but you're not asking him to come in and pitch Game 3 of the playoffs to start, and we need 7 innings out of you. That's not what you're asking him to do.
Well, clearly.
Well, but I mean, it's a huge difference, though, because I think typically you would think if this team hadn't shown what they've shown over the last 2 months, where they're using bullpen starts, then I think you would assume that he's coming in to start and he's going to have to go several innings, and he's not.
No, if
he's
your point is there could be more stressful situations, of course there could be more stressful situations. I'm just saying this is one hell of a stressful situation for a kid to be handed the baseball, and he will likely get handed the baseball sometime in the next 6 games. But, again, makeup and reaction and maturity level, all those things. I got a kid who's 22, okay? I just keep thinking about that's how old Jackson Jobe is. It is amazing that he will be on the hill in one of these next 6 games in Detroit with potentially everything on the line. He also could be a guy who gets a Sunday start because they've already clinched and it doesn't really matter. Go eat up some innings and get some experience right now. That would be the best.
That would be awesome.
That would be the best way to use him. So the Magic number's at 6. Other games we're going to be watching throughout the day. Miami at Minnesota. Go Fish. Kansas City's at Washington. We're rooting for the Nationals there. Baltimore's in New York. And Houston's at Seattle. Houston won that game. Seattle won that game last night, so they're a game and a half back, so they should not be discounted here either. But okay, so now the question becomes, what are you snickering at?
I was doing quick little research there. We had talked about the pitching staff and how guys get brought up and they just, didn't have this great track record. I just looked up 3 pitchers.
You mean what they did in the minors and what they're doing now?
Looking at Cater Montero, Brant Herter, and Hannafy. All 3 of those guys had ERAs north of 5 for the minor leagues this year.
Yep.
And got called up, and now they're all Montero he's got a high 4 ERA with the Tigers, but that's because the first few starts were awful. Since then, he's been very, very good, save for his last appearance. But the other 2 guys have ERAs like in the 2s.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Well, the Fetter effect.
Well, there's a Hinch effect and a Fetter effect, and the whole pitching. They've got a lot of guys on a staff that are working with the pitching staff.
Okay, so look. We're to a point where it's first priority is to make the postseason. And we're also to a point where we could look at that and go, what a wonderful accomplishment if they can pull this off. This would be absolutely incredible if they can pull this off. I can't believe it. This is so much fun. But the question is, can they make noise if they get in? Can they be the 2006 St. Louis Cardinals that won 83 regular season games? And, oh, by the way, the Tigers have 82 wins right now. Can they be the Colorado Rocky team that came from, I think, 5 games back to catch the Padres, pass the Padres, win 14 of 15 and make it to the World Series? Like, is this something that's going to carry over? Are they truly the team that others are hoping don't make the playoffs because they don't want to play them?
I mean, they have the best record in baseball since August 11th.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? It's not like they haven't beaten anybody during the stretch or games that didn't mean anything. They took 4 out of 6 against Baltimore. They took, 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. This is a team that has shown that they can play with teams. So why wouldn't you think that if you're fortunate enough to get to the postseason? I would think that their confidence is sky high. Keep going. Why stop? We're just doing what we're doing. We're playing baseball. And they look at it day to day. You can't go on this run that they've been on while looking 3 series ahead or whatever. They literally look at this one game at a time. And thank God they do, because that's why they're accomplishing what they're accomplishing.
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Tiger, game this afternoon, moved up and making huge news yesterday with the announcement that Jackson Jobe, the top pitching prospect in baseball, would be called up. Now, there's a few things about this. One is the question, of course, immediately was asked, would he be eligible for the postseason? Because the rules are you got to be on the roster by September 1st, but there is a loophole. And best explained from Evan Petzold. He's Evan Petzold. Yes, he's the real Petzold from the Detroit Free Press, who wrote that players in the organization, this is from a story today, players in the organization at the end of August, even if they're not on the 40-man roster, can be added to a postseason roster via petition to the commissioner's office as a replacement for a player on the injured list who has already served the minimum amount of time required for their activation. So if you put a player on the 15-day DL and that 15 days expires, you can grab someone else, and you're into September, you can grab someone else from your organization to replace that player. I have no idea why. I can't for the life of me think of why this would be the case.
Well, I mean, they just keep it because it's all within the organization. So if you acquire somebody late, or if you pick up somebody from the waiver wire late.
But they have to be in the organization already.
Yes. I'm saying if you were to
player who's in the organization at the end of August, is it because they don't want you to lose a roster spot on your 40-man roster to a player that's fresh off the DL, but maybe isn't ready to come back, and so you're shorthanded? I don't know.
I thought it was a way just so you're not manipulating the waiver wire after September from, players you're acquiring from other teams.
Well, you have to already be in the organization by the end of August.
That's what I'm saying.
So you can't. It doesn't matter. Those players aren't eligible.
Well, that's my point. I think that's why they allow it, because you're within the organization. So why not? Why penalize a team if you're going to be able to promote somebody from them? Because Major League Baseball wants to promote their players. They have this whole thing with the. We talked about it briefly before with if Jackson Jobe wins, if he starts the season and finishes the season next year on the Tigers. On the Tigers roster and wins the Rookie of the Year, the Tigers end up getting a compensatory draft pick.
Well, what that is an effort to try and get teams to not leave players in the minors to manipulate service time. But this is different. But this is says player. Anyway, let me read this thing and then you can digest it however you want. Players in the organization at the end of August, even if they're not on the 40-man roster, can be added to the postseason roster via petition to the commissioner's office as a replacement for an injured player who's already served the minimum amount of time for their activation. In this case, Jobe will be able to serve as the replacement for right-hand pitcher Sawyer Gibson Long, who has spent the entire season on the 60-day DL while recovering from Tommy John surgery. So there it is. It's probably impossible for people to understand because I'm not even sure I understand it, so it's a waste of 3 minutes of airtime, but that is the loophole. If you wanted to know, that is the loophole. And now
I like the loophole.
Yeah, well, the loophole means he might be on the postseason roster should the Tigers make it. It appears A.J. Hinch is speaking to the media right now on calling up Jackson Jobe, again, according to the real Evan Petzold. We're trying to do everything we can to use our best guys in the best situations to win as many games as we can. He has some of the most electric stuff in the game. It means we think he can help us win. A.J. Hinch, then there's the next tweet. A.J. Hinch said Jackson Jobe will be a big part of the starting rotation in the future, but, quote, we need to get him up and running as a bullpen piece for this last week and beyond. Next, what does Jobe think about being in the bullpen? I'm going to empty the tank for sure, he said. So there's Jackson Jobe speaking. He's going to empty the tank. Anything he can do to help this team.
Yeah, he also said he was asked about what it's like to play in front of 40,000 fans. Have you ever played in front of 40,000 fans before? He says no, then laughs. I have not, but I'm ready. I'm excited, and that's what it's all about, the nervousness, the excitement that comes with it. That's what I play for.
Gotcha. All right, so 248-539-9797. Here's the feedback. Tom in Detroit says, guys, I think that some texter had the perfect name for Chris Fetter, the bum whisperer. I don't like people calling these guys bums.
I don't either.
But he is really doing well with what they are doing well with what they are given.
Well, I think you got to give credit to the catchers as well. And, if A.J. Hinch is calling the pitches from the bench, there's something to that, okay? Because these guys, again, their edict when they get to the minors is fill up the strike zone, throw strikes. You're going to get hit, but we want you to be able to be comfortable throwing strikes and trusting your defense or just being comfortable getting into that zone. And apparently you'll work on it when you get to the majors on how to really command the strike zone. But the control is the first thing, then the command is next. And the catching, whether it's Jake Rogers or whomever, Dingler, or whatever it is, along with the pitching staff and the coaching staff, I should say, they're coming up with a game plan that works. Okay, we see what you can do, but you're getting it from major league expertise now. It's not minor league expertise. We're honing in, and it's worked dramatically well for this team. I mean, it seems like it's a flick of a switch, and yet it can't be that simple. It's just got to be. It's got to be something else.
Doug, would you prefer the below-average pitcher whisperer?
I think that works. Yeah, the
Well, you guys read off the stats in the minor leagues when these guys get called up. They're not great. They're not stellar for the most part. And then they come up here and they're more than serviceable. It's truly remarkable what Federer's done. I mean, he does deserve a nickname. I know that 0 for 2 so far in the ones that you approve of, Doug, but something.
So
he's doing so well.
Brant Herter, for instance, with Toledo, started 18 games, pitched in 19 games, had a 5.8 earned run average, 71 innings, 82 hits, and 70 strikeouts. With the Tigers, he's pitched in 9 games with a 2.61 earned run average, 41 innings, only 32 hits, and 37 strikeouts. That's an amazing difference. And oh, by the way, he's 5-1. You look at Hannafy. Hannafy has, in the minors, was a 5.17 earned run average in 47 innings, gave up 47 hits, had 53 strikeouts. With the Tigers, it's a 2.05 earned run average in 26 and a third, giving up 25 hits and 23 strikeouts. Now, what's interesting there is the hits per innings pitched is basically the same. The strikeouts per inning pitched is actually a little bit less, but for whatever reason, the guys that get on base don't score at the major league level. Now, is it simply better positioning from where you're positioning your infielders and your outfielders? That, you know what, in Toledo, if the center fielder had only been placed 10 feet to the left, he would have been able to get to those fly balls. I don't know, but it's crazy because it doesn't seem like it should be that much of a disparity with what they did in the minors and what they're doing in the majors.
Well, it's been pretty incredible, and here they are on just need one more good week, and they are playing postseason baseball. Anthony Mailtruck says, hey, Doug, do you know how diamonds are made? Under pressure, this is great for the kid. Do you know how diamonds are made? Under pressure. There was no punctuation there. Hey, Doug, do you know how diamonds are made? Under pressure. This is great for the kid. I hope so. I hope so. I can't think of I don't know if we've ever seen anything like this where a kid gets called up in the last week of the season and might take over a high-pressure situation.
Well, pressure can either bust a pipe or it makes a diamond. That's what they say. So you can go one of two ways. Let's hope it's diamond-esque.
Jason in Chicago, the Tigers probably view it as it's better to get Job in now, see what he's got, and if he has any value for them in the playoffs rather than waiting for the playoffs to give him his first major league pitch. Maybe. Twins and Royals have handed the playoffs to the Tigers on a silver platter. The way they are both playing. The Tigers got this. I have all the confidence right now that the Tigers will make it. That's from Paul in Lincoln Park. Well, the thing is, the Twins and the Royals have both played a lot of good baseball, and they've kind of petered all away in the last month. And it wouldn't have mattered if the Tigers weren't ready to pounce, and they have. They have. And they've walked through the door that those guys left open. Thing is, I don't think it's out of the question that the Twins and Royals at some point will start playing good baseball again. And you don't want to let your guard down. You got to keep it up. They're in the driver's seat right now. But by the end of the day today, they can be back out of the driver's seat. So gotta take care of business. Got to take care of business. 248-539-9797. All right. We asked the question earlier. We have two questions I want to know. One is anybody playing hooky today? Who's completely changed their plans around to be at this baseball game or to watch this baseball game or to listen to this baseball game today? 248-539-9797, because we never in a million years thought on September 24th of this year, this is what we'd be talking about. But have you made accommodations for the change of the start time? If so, what did you do? 248-539-9797. Also, we asked the question, can they not just get in, but can they make noise? Well, a MLB guy was asked that. Hear his answer today at 10:53 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs, they're a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, big day. Tigers moved their game from tonight when it's supposed to be raining to 1:10 today. We'll have it here on 97 on the ticket. There is a chance of rain this afternoon, but they are hoping that the weather holds off. They can get this one in. Tigers really want to get this one in so they can have Skubal spaced out correctly to use him either Sunday in an important game or if they can hold on to him to Tuesday for a playoff start. But nonetheless, here we sit talking about these kinds of scenarios, which is amazing. In the meantime, is anyone playing hooky? And can they make noise? Is this more than just a get-in situation? Are they turning into a team that nobody wants to play? We do have some breaking news. In Michigan State football, did you see this?
Mm-mm.
Start time against Ohio State's been moved.
It was a 7 o'clock start, right?
It is now 7:30.
Oh. You scared me. I was like,
What'd you
when you
expect?
say, did you see this Michigan State? I'm like, what? No, I don't need any more bad news with Michigan State. It's bad enough we're going to play Ohio State this weekend, but.
Well, the bad news is the game is still on.
Yeah.
But
they're going to delay the inevitable by half an hour. Is that what you're saying?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
It just said they tweeted out a thing with a graphic that said new start time. Michigan State versus Ohio State now kicking at 7:30 p.m.
Well, the good news is maybe most people will be watching the Alabama-Georgia game, so we don't get to see the massacre.
Well,
but I don't know. I mean, look, Michigan State's
the
not
thing
going to.
about Ohio State. Ohio State's played the 131st schedule in the country out of 134 teams. They have played nobody. And believe me, when you play nobody, you hear about it. I can raise my hand and attest, knowing the team that played nobody the last couple of years in the preseason. So you can fatten up on empty calories.
All right. So I'm going to say this, and it's self-deprecating, and it's also true. The other day I was cleaning stuff out of in my house, and I came across a folder that had in it a stat sheet from my senior year of high school for football. It was season-ending stats, which were, and we talked a million times how bad my football team was. We were 0-9, and I said we just got killed every game. The numbers are remarkably similar to Michigan State against Ohio State over the last 8 years. The total points we gave up was over 300 for my high school team. I think Michigan State has given up like 350 points or something like that in the last 8 years. The total points scored by my high school team that season, I think we had like 50 points that year. Michigan State has scored 77, I think, in the last 8 games against Ohio State.
Well, let me be clear on this on Ohio State. I think they're probably pretty good. But the same questions I had about Michigan after playing East Carolina, UNLV, and Torrey Amos in the non-conference last year, I was like, are they good? And Ohio State has fattened up on bad teams. I think they're pretty good, but I do ask, are they good?
Ohio State's really good, but Michigan State's improved. If the Michigan State wasn't improved, the spread in this game would be like 45 points, and I think 25 was what I saw the other day. How long will it be competitive for? I don't know. But Michigan State's defense does look better, but every week they get more and more banged up. Offensively, they can't run the ball, which isn't good because they used to be able to run the ball all the time with D'Antonio. Now they can't run the ball. Been a minute since Kenneth Walker played, so it's definitely an uphill battle. But we can get into that later in the week.
Anyway, the start time's been moved 30 minutes. That's all.
Dusty.
Now 7:30.
2 minutes of Michigan State talk.
Yeah. Okay. Feedback coming in here. Fetter nicknames. Chris Fetter is the ace maker. That's from Dan and Ipsy. Call him Mr. Fix. That's from an unnamed texter. The Fixer. Fetter the Fixer. That's from Jay in Waterford.
Should we call him the Fix Man?
Travis and Warren says, maker of the unknown for Fetter. Unnamed texter. Bum Whisperer is stupid. I think I spell check screwed them up. It was probably supposed to be Bump Whisper. Like when you're on the bump.
Stop.
What's wrong with that?
I hate that term.
The bump?
Yeah.
Why?
It's one of those things. It's just one of those. I've never liked the term bump. And he takes the bump. What do you mean takes the bump? Oh, he's like.
Okay, we need to let people know we have lost the list.
I never knew this about Gator.
That he hated the bump. That he hated the
term bump.
Bump.
Hill is infinitely better, and it's still not great. Bump is awful.
So you just prefer like mound?
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm just asking. Huh?
Love mound.
All right.
So much better.
No bump.
Not bump.
Can tolerate hill.
Mm-hmm.
Prefers mound.
Absolutely.
I actually think the term bump's kind of cool.
He would, right, Gator?
Yeah. Anybody shocked? No. No, there are things in sports that I just don't like, and that's one of them. The bump.
So we got to restart the list. We seriously, the computers got switched out, and then in the switch out, the list got deleted. We are efforting to find
the old hard drive.
an audio podcast somewhere of Gator's list of things he strongly disliked.
We'll get it. We'll get it by the end of the week.
Will we?
Yeah. Well, I have to look it up, but that's the goal.
We have to add to this now, apparently, people who use the term bump.
People want to know, what about toe the slab? You feel about that, Gator?
That's funny. The word toe is funny by itself, and slab is always a good term. Yeah.
Rubber. Do you like rubber?
I mean, if you have to.
I guess you don't have to.
I mean, fine.
People say it.
It's fine.
So bump whisperers a no. Chris Fetter was nicknamed the hologram by the pitching staff. It was said during an interview aired on either Bally's or Fox Sports Detroit a few years ago. It's from Luke in Detroit. The hologram? Interesting.
We got a Fetter made. Is another one coming in right now.
The staff is Fetter made.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, you like that?
That's good. That's good.
Did the person give us a name?
No, they didn't.
Fetter
810
made.
area code.
Mr. 810. Well, that narrows it down. Yeah, Fetter made. I like Fetter made.
Great.
Another one, Fetter made pitchers. Yeah.
I think we'll go with that. That or bump whisperer. We should take 10 texts.
And red hot for Fetter made.
Right?
Yes. Okay. MLB Network, Chris Mad Dog Russo asked the question about the Tigers, about whether or not they're a viable threat to win the American League pennant. A viable threat to win the American League pennant on MLB Network. Here's what Mad Dog said. I've never wanted to beat the Yankees more than after I saw that.
Wait a minute. A New Yorker just talked about the Yankees being good?
I didn't think I could go next level with a desire to beat the Yankees.
There's some arrogance in those comments. Not yours, but his. That guy.
Look, I don't know his story. At one point he said, if you think I'm trying to put a whammy on the Yankees, good. So is he a New Yorker that doesn't like the Yankees? I don't know.
I'm sure
really
he loves the Yankees. All New Yorkers
much.
do, but it's, well, God forbid you're a Mets fan, I guess. But no, he's trying to protect against the jinx. That's all, by being overly confident. But look, saying that a team is dangerous, but then in the same sentence you say, but they're not viable.
Not viable.
That doesn't make any sense. Oh, this team is good enough to surprise the Astros, but they're not good enough to surprise the great Yankees. This year's version of Murderers Row.
I think we're at the brink of adding two
There's
things.
just too much talent here in New York. Oh, my God. The Pinstripes are just... You can't possibly beat the Pinstripes. Wait a minute. Let me go back and check the last few times the Yankees and Tigers have met up in the playoffs.
Doesn't have any relevance.
Shut up. It works for right now.
All right, go for it.
The last few times, were the Tigers underdogs facing the Yankees in the playoffs?
Yes, they were.
How did they do?
They beat them in the last two times they played them.
Were those teams? Those teams have like Hall of Fame players on it.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
How did the Tigers do?
They beat them in 2006.
When these teams played recently.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened when they played recently. Were the Tigers able to get a game against the Yankees, or did they take 2 out of 3 against the Yankees?
I don't recall. I can tell you, if you want to know something amazing, the Tigers have played the Yankees twice this millennium, and they are 7-1 in those 8 playoff games they've played. The Tigers have won 7 of the 8 as an underdog both times.
Well, he's a mad dog, so you be you. You rabid bastard.
We're gonna add 2 things to the list that doesn't exist anymore in one segment.
No, look, he can have his opinion, whatever he wants. It just comes across as being a little weird when you say they're dangerous but not viable. I think, look, would I expect the Tigers to beat the Yankees if they're fortunate enough to meet up with the Yankees, what would be the ALCS more than likely? Would I expect it? No. Would I rule them out? Absolutely not. How could you possibly rule this team out?
We're not conceding anything. I was wrong. They aren't 7-1. They are 10-3.
Oh,
my bad. 10-3.
Double-digit wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've defeated them 3 times in a row. 2006, 2011, and 2012.
Yeah, and when the Tigers beat the Yankees back on August 17th, that gave them their 60th win. They were 60-64. And then they had that win Sunday night in Williamsport, where they won it in extra innings to make it 61-64. The Tigers now are 82-74. So the way they're playing, they can beat anybody and have beaten the Yankees.
We'll get back to some baseball talk coming up, but straight ahead, let's get to the Lions. Yesterday's injuries. How big of a concern is this becoming? That at 11:03 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Looking for a dry window? It's day baseball for the Tigers. Moved up from the 6:40 start in order to try avoiding the rain. Your original ticket is good for the game for the 1:10 start. It'll be Tarek Skubal ready to roll against Tampa Bay, still chasing that Triple Crown. 17 wins, 2.48 ERA, and 221 strikeouts, all still leading the American League. Number 2 prospect Jackson Jobe is also with the Tigers now. The 2021 number 3 pick will wear number 21. He can hit triple digits at a 1.89 ERA with a strikeout an inning at Double-A before making 2 starts with the Mud Hens. Jobe said this morning that he has never pitched in front of 40,000 fans before, but he is ready. He'll come out of the Tigers' pen and is playoff eligible. Bad news regarding Lions All-Pro center Frank Ragnow, a torn pec week to week, and Dan Campbell jumped on 97.1 The Ticket this morning that he was mentioning what's going on with their very important offensive linemen. And they'll have an extra day to get patched up, with their next contest being a Monday night game. And a slight time update for MSU football's Saturday game against Ohio State. It will now be a 7:30 p.m. kickoff from Spartan Stadium, not 7 o'clock, how it was originally billed. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You know, really, Doug, what that change in start time for the Michigan State-Ohio State game really means.
What's that?
Is it just that people can get home a little bit later?
What everybody loves.
There's no traffic issues coming back from East Lansing. Or from Ann Arbor or anywhere else.
I've struggled mightily getting out of East Lansing in the past, but I learned some lessons. I should never, ever, ever, ever use the parking pass close to the stadium. I should just walk like a mile and park on the streets.
Yeah, you're not going to move too far. No.
Nope.
It works. And it's same thing in Ann Arbor. Even if you've got a great spot on the golf course right across from the stadium, you're not getting out of there anytime soon.
Nope.
Sit there for a good hour. Yep. Just to get on to, was it Stadium?
Stadium or Main.
Yeah.
There's an exit.
Yeah.
Well, there's an exit. Depending on which golf, there's an exit to Stadium, an exit to Main, and an exit to State Street. So depends where you go in.
Both schools, issues getting out of there.
Well, I would imagine it's probably college football, but.
Obviously, yes. I mean, you've got lots of people.
Here we go. Lions. So I don't think this is a crisis. I don't quite know how to put it. I don't know that I would say we're crisis adjacent or bordering on a crisis, but the injuries are starting to pile up. Marcus Davenport is probably done for the year, which they took a chance on a guy that's been injured. When he's healthy, it looks like he can be a pretty good football player. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. Detroit got him. And what does he do? Unfortunately, he gets hurt again. And it was reported by Ian Rappaport, I believe, yesterday was the first to say he was likely done for the year, and Dan Campbell said as much, or somebody in the Lions.
Have they confirmed it's torn triceps, or I thought I read this morning they thought it might be yesterday. They thought elbow, but kind of maybe it's where the tricep meets the elbow. I don't know, but either way, perhaps gone for the year. That's too bad.
Yep.
Very high expectations for Marcus Davenport coming in.
And by the way, speaking of Lions, because of the Monday night game, Jared Goff joins us tomorrow. So we'll have Jared Goff on tomorrow. It being Tuesday in their work week yesterday. So
the Wednesday becomes what Tuesday is. Tuesday's a day off in the NFL, typically, but for the Lions, their day off will be Wednesday.
Okay, so Davenport's probably done for the year. Frank Ragnow has a torn pec. He's week to week. You just heard him talked about in the update. Derek Barnes has a knee that's going to lead to significant playing time lost. Alec Anzalone is still in concussion protocol. He could come out of that at any time. Brian Branch also in concussion protocol. Others nursing injuries of various degrees that missed time in the game. Sam Laporta, Lee McNeil, Levi Onwuzurike, Terrion Arnold, Dan Skipper. And I think there's even more.
Did you mention Glasgow?
I did not mention Glasgow. Nice. He did. Yep. He's banged up as well. We'll see when it comes, time to set your active roster on Monday. But every time we talked about the Lions leading up to the preseason, almost every topic, we would give the addendum, provided there isn't massive injuries.
Right.
And this isn't massive yet, but they're starting to pile up. Now they're a deep team, and you know how we say at the end of when you get down to the final cuts, and we've always said these practice squad guys are important. These guys are important because they're gonna play.
Yeah.
You don't know which ones, and you go into the season crossing your fingers, but the truth is, practice squad guys get called up, and the next thing you know, and it's one of those things that leads to us, as we have mentioned, once a year, we're going to say during a Lions game, somebody makes a play, and we're going to go, who? Because invariably there's a practice squad player that has to get activated because somebody got hurt late in the week, and the next thing you know, they're playing. So, who from the practice squad can get elevated? Could be Chris Smith. Could be Isaac Ukwu. Remember him from the preseason. The who guy would be Pat O'Connor, who is on the practice squad as a defensive lineman. They may not elevate anybody from the practice squad and may just go with the group that they have and activate a player that hasn't been eligible or hasn't been activated in James Houston. But Scott, this is starting to pile up. Where are you on the worry scale?
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried because the Ragnow situation, I'm worried, and I'm also a little bit encouraged. Maybe the bye week comes at a fantastic time, which you wouldn't normally say that after 4 weeks, because the Lions will play Seattle on Monday and then they have the bye week. But right now, because of how banged up they are, maybe it's a blessing the bye week comes this early. But the Ragnow situation is, look, it's already concerning because he's dealing with a chronic foot injury. And now you're talking about a partially torn pec.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor, but that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like, oh yeah, if you play with it, you shouldn't damage it anymore.
Right.
But if it's partially torn, can it get more torn? That's a concern. And the player who would go in his place, if you want to sit him out a week, well, that's Graham Glasgow. So if Graham Glasgow is banged up and Frank Ragnow is banged up, then you get into a real situation. Now, maybe Glasgow is able to go and he's banged up to start the week and he'll be okay for game time. But would he be anywhere near 100% what he has been? But it's shuffling because now you got to come up with a new left guard. So as Awasika come up, he's got plenty of playing time last year. Dan Skipper, if Dan Skipper is unable to go, think about what a huge part of the offense he was on Sunday. Skipper reporting. Yes, here we go. Love it. Here we go. But if he's unable to go, then do they need to bring somebody else up? I think when you look at the practice squad guys, one of the moves I really liked on the practice squad that they were able to keep him on is Jamarco Jones, the veteran offensive tackle, and he's a bit of a mauler, and I kind of like him, and I feel like he's better than just a practice squad guy. So does he get an opportunity? Although if he's just a guard or if he's just a tackle, then maybe not. But does he come in place of Skipper if Skipper can't go? But the Ragnow injury is the one that really concerns me because it would shuffle everything else around.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. And Terrion Arnold, look, I actually don't have a problem with the way he's been playing. He hasn't been perfect, and I don't expect him to be perfect. And the flags are, they are what they are. He's taken 5 15-yard penalties, or I guess spot foul penalties because of pass interference. But he's in position to make plays, which is one of the tougher skills to try and, that's the hard part of the position. Now it comes down to the playing of the football, the hand fighting, and all the things that he has gotten flagged for, not turning around in time. Relatively speaking, that's the easy part. The hardest part is staying in phase with the receiver that you are covering. So, but him being banged up, you hope he's okay. Derek Barnes, man, look, they got depth at linebacker. Everybody loves Rodrigo, and it's great to have Rodrigo. But Derek Barnes was playing I mean, he was playing a different role. He was setting up on the edge, and they
He's
were going with
playing
Anzalone and Jack Campbell in the middle and rushing Derek Barnes a lot. And that's a underrated loss. And remember a couple of years ago, we wondered if Derek Barnes would be the odd man out, and Derek Barnes has turned himself into a hell of an asset for this team.
He really has been. It has. And it's unfortunate what happened to him and when he got chop blocked with the knee, and that sucks too. But I would expect Anzalone is going to play on Monday night, and having him back is good for that defense. He's the leader of the defense. And that opens up the possibility, okay, does Jack Campbell become the pass rushing kind of role that Derek Barnes could play? Or, Anzalone does that very well too. And then you could shift Rodriguez over, whatever you have to do. I'm not worried about the Lions linebacker room. I feel terrible for Derek Barnes because he had played his way onto the starting roster there. But they do have guys that can step in. It's not just Malcolm Rodriguez. It's Ben Neiman got to play last week as well, and it's Jalen Reeves-Maben who is quite competent flying around the field. So that doesn't concern me as much as the offensive line injury does.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls. I have also, Gator, jumped on board something very late. I've been known to do this. I am not at the cutting edge ever. I'm always last to the party. And now it's something else. I am last to the party. I'll explain today at 11:24. Plus your phone calls mixed in. Lions Talk, Tigers Talk, 97.1 The Ticket. NFL Week 4 is here. You can start this week off with a big score. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So Thursday night, Cowboys-Giants, same game parlay. Let me tell you what I like to do, and I noticed it was available on the banner at the top of the FanDuel app. It's a same game parlay, no sweat bet, meaning up to $10, you can put together your parlay, and if it doesn't hit, you get $10 back in bonus bets. So it's like having some sort of insurance. Check it out for yourself, FanDuel.com. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Larry in Ann Arbor on 97.1. Hello, Larry.
Hi, how you guys doing today?
We're doing great.
Larry.
Okay, good. Two points about the Tigers. One is what's been happening with all these crazy fielding plays they're doing reminds me of the movie Angels in the Outfield. So I see. And the other thing is, if you compare the Tigers roster with the Toledo Mud Hens roster from about 2 or 3 months ago, they're virtually identical.
There's a lot there.
That's really funny. Because you're probably right.
Yeah.
It would look really similar.
Parker Meadows and Torkelson and Chase Young, Wenzel Perez.
God, that's wild.
Yeah.
I might have to go find a box score and just find a random Mud Hens game from like late June and see how much it compares to what's going on right now.
Yeah. So anyway, let's hope for
What's that, Larry?
let's hope for the best.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
This is some early July game against Columbus. The leadoff hitter was Parker Meadows. Batting second, Javi Baez. Batting third, Dylan Dingler. Batting fourth, Spencer Torkelson. That's early July Mud Hens game. Let's go back to late June and see what this looks like. Not quite as much. Meadows, Navigato, Madras, although we saw him, Torkelson, Bigby. All those guys at Toledo that are still there, I'm like, dude, let me go up there. You guys turn everybody into a good player.
Everybody ends up being a star. Here we go.
Can I get a look? Can a brother get an AB? Absolutely wild. Feedback coming in regarding playing hooky today. Scott writes in, I don't feel too good. I think I have to go see Dr. B-Dubs. Regarding the Lions.
Is he seeing patients?
He's got an opening gate.
They're accepting patients
today.
Good.
They're accepting patients at Dr. B-Dub's office today at 1 o'clock.
Sorry, this is the only opportunity I have.
Yep.
Spot just opened up.
Yeah.
For all of you. Dr. Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks.
It's Nurse Twin Peaks.
Yes.
It's registered Nurse Twin Peaks, Doug.
Twin Peaks RN. Has some openings today at 1. Ben in Roseville says, Lions injuries. I remember in the offseason when Minnesota fans weren't grieving the loss of Davenport. No fault of his own, but they directly told us, good luck with that.
Well, that was the risk reward with him. If he could stay healthy, he was going to be good. The question was, could he stay healthy? Mm-hmm. And the answer is, unfortunately, no.
I'm shocked Davenport is injured again. Couldn't have seen that coming. This is what happens when you sign damaged goods. They have taken their fair of chances on damaged goods.
That they have.
Like Jamison Williams.
Does that work out all right?
Yeah.
I mean, this year it looks good to start.
Marcus Davenport is out for the season. Oh, my God, I didn't see that coming at all. Holy crap. That's from Steve in a truck. Ragnow's injury is the most concerning because of his history. Yeah.
Definitely concerned about Ragnow. I mean, he is the glue of that offensive line. Yep. He's the best offensive line. Well, Penei Sewell is the best, but Ragnow is right there. You know, both of those guys might be the best at their position. They're certainly talked about and like that. So it's going to hurt.
Yeah, we don't like losing him for sure. Whatever happened to the CFL Defensive Player of the Year guy they signed? That's from Christian in Plymouth. Well, that is Matthew Betts, and he re-signed in the CFL. He is currently playing for the Lions.
Is that right?
The British Columbia Lions of the Canadian Football League. I'm about 90% sure of that, but let me go. Double and triple check. I'm almost positive he is with the BC Lions. Team roster, Matthew Betts, indeed.
Yes, but he is not on the Lions practice squad.
No, he's not with the Detroit Lions.
No.
He is with the BC Lions. He has actually played in 3 games and has 1 sack. Let's go to Keith in Dearborn. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Keith.
So I bought tickets. I was talking to your screener. I bought tickets probably like 3 weeks ago. I'd say about maybe a week into July or so. And they were whatever. They were doing okay. I like going to games. Anyways, I find out, I'm listening to you guys a couple days ago, find out it's a school will start. So that's a plus. I'm like, all right, bought the tickets. I paid $7 after tax on a secondary market. So that's the score. Find out it's a school will start. So that's cool. I got that going for me. And then I get an email last night talking about the game is moved from 6 to 1. And my heart sank because I work from 7 to 5. So I went into work. I didn't mention it to my boss last night because I had already left for a game, and he was cool about it on short notice. I get there and I do my thing. And he's like, you know what? We're really not that busy, man. He knows I'm a huge Tigers, huge baseball fan, just baseball in general, but I love my Tigers. And he was like, go ahead, finish your stuff up and get out of here, man. So I'm sitting in the parking lot about to walk up to the park right now.
Oh,
so
this is
I
awesome.
scored big time. Man.
Can we give a shout out to your boss? Is that going to create any problems?
Yeah. Shout out to Marcos over at Epic Gardens, man. You're one heck of a boss, man. Big time. I owe you big time, man.
Marcos at Epic Gardens. That's great.
He's the man.
Way to go, Marcos.
Love it.
You know what I love about that?
It,
First of all, you know what I love about that? You did the right thing. You're like, I got to go to work. And so you went to work and you did the right thing and you're getting rewarded for doing the right thing.
That's right.
Man, because I was sitting sour face all night watching the football games with my wife, and she was like, what's going on? I said, this freaking email. I want to go to the game. So I just, like you said, man, just took it how I should have, and I got rewarded for it. So I'm about to walk in there, man. I hope you guys enjoy the day. Let's go Tigers. Let's get a dub.
Hell yeah.
Sounds great, man.
I want to meet Marcos and buy him a beer. That guy's awesome.
Kind of.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Gator, I am the kind of guy that I famously came into the office one day just a few years ago, and said, have you guys ever watched this TV show, The Office? It was already in reruns.
Right.
I jumped on board very late with The Walking Dead.
Yes, as did I.
Yep. I have now jumped on board again on a TV show that was wildly popular.
Everybody loves it.
You know what it is. Gator knows what it is. Kang, you don't know what it is. I will give a couple of hints. I started the show a couple years ago and made it about 20 minutes into episode 1, maybe a little bit longer, and I bailed. It was for personal reasons. I said, I don't want to deal with this right now. So a few years later, I decided to come back, and it might have been late last week. I was going down to the basement. I was on Netflix. I was looking through Netflix and looking through Peacock and looking through Amazon Prime and all these, trying to find something to watch. And this show came up, and I said, let me give it another shot. About the end of episode 2, I was like, this might be too much. I don't know. But I stuck through, and now I'm on episode 5, and I think I'm all in.
Oh, wow. You went from 2 to 5 quickly.
Yep.
You're all in.
So we'll take 10 texts right now. What show did I come back to? And it's already over, but it's years later, and I'm now hooked. Given that I almost didn't make it through the end of episode 2. At the end of episode 2, I was like, I don't know about this. But I stuck with it. Now I'm on episode 5. We'll take your guesses, 10 texts on your name. I'll tell you what it is today at 11:32. More your Tiger calls and feedback, Lions as well, as we continue on this Tuesday. Tiger baseball this afternoon here. Tarp's off the field, by the way.
That's good.
97.1 the ticket.
Listen, there's a great company that's local and that I want to fully endorse here. All right, it's Precision Garage Door. I've had dealings with them for years, ever since I moved into my house 12 years ago. They've been with me every step of the way, and they're awesome. And when it came time to redo my garage doors, because they were original to the house, a little banged up, by the time to replace them, that's exactly what I called. I called Precision Garage Door, and they're awesome. They're available on weekends at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7. In fact, you can schedule your appointment on their website
for a time that works for your schedule, so you don't even have to call. But if you want to, go ahead, do what I did, and call the only people you need to call when it comes to garage doors. It's Precision Garage Door. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
All right, feedback coming in here. Dave at work. Doug was at Temptation Island. Jilly writes in. Gilly. Everybody loves Raymond. Leo in a truck. Doug's watching Game of Thrones. John and Brighton. Ted Lasso. Josh in a truck. You're watching Yellowstone. Scott and Carlton. Baby Reindeer. Nancy at work. Big Sky. Watch it. It's good. Keith at work. Gilligan's Island. That's funny. From Ludin in a truck. Breaking Bad. From Paul. King of Queens. Kang, do you think? Well, I can tell you, I did watch the entire season, everything of Ted Lasso. Loved it. I am a little behind on Yellowstone, but I've watched a lot of Yellowstone. I started Baby
Reindeer.
Half
a season behind.
Yeah, I'll catch up. Baby Reindeer, I started to watch, and I started to get disturbed, and I pulled the plug, and I'm not going back.
That was going to be my guess.
Was it Baby Reindeer?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, but my first thought, for some reason, without thinking about it, was like Everybody Loves Raymond, because it's just an older show.
Yeah.
Kind of easy to watch. I figured
it's a solid show.
Well, I figured Doug he's got to jump into something easy and simple, I think. And that's why The Office was good for you.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Before Doug says it, Kang, if you find a show like that, like not an hour, like a sitcom that you never watched when it was on, but you start because that's happened to me with a few shows now that I'm what's the 2.5 Men.
Like you didn't watch when it originally came out?
I didn't watch one episode of 2.5 Men when it was on. But now that it's off, and I've seen every episode now like 3 times, I love this show. I think it's hilarious. And then I go back, and now I'm seeing like The Big Bang Theory. I watched a couple episodes.
But you like that too?
But it's great. It's the same guy who did it.
Yeah.
So it's like those I'm picking up late, but they're still on, so it's great.
Those are like those got great ratings. Those type of shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, nothing like that. Dave from FX, I didn't watch it when it started. That show was hilarious. I started watching. I haven't been able to finish it out yet, but Dave is the one I went to later than everybody else.
Doug went deep.
What, with this?
Yeah, well, I mean, you went deep, and like it's big. It's a big one.
So, and somebody got it. So I started watching this, and then not to bring everybody down, the lead character has lung cancer, and my sister was battling lung cancer. I'm like, I'm out. A few years later, I went back to Breaking Bad.
Wow.
Yeah, and near the end of episode 2, can I talk about stuff? It's no spoiler, right?
Look,
this has been out for a while.
Yeah,
it's a spoiler. I couldn't get past episode 2. I got halfway through episode 2, and
Did you get to the part where they were trying to dispose of a body?
Dude, it's like 5 years ago. I haven't gone back, and everybody says it's great, and I don't doubt it. I'm sure it's great. I just haven't felt the need to go and watch all those episodes. And I'm sure we're gonna get flooded with text, dude. You've got to. And then you're probably gonna be telling me for the next few weeks, you gotta watch this.
You know me. I'm not comfortable pressuring anybody because I say no to everything. But I am now. I don't know that I'm hooked, but I am looking forward to.
Dude, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Good. Great.
Is it?
Yes, this is a Mount Rushmore show for me. One of my top 4s of all time.
Is that right?
This show is fantastic. Breaking Bad is up there for me. Everyone's different. For me, up there with Game of Thrones.
Well, this Walt guy.
You are behind me. This is great.
I'll keep you updated what's going on. But
dude, I love this because Walter White was like this straight-laced guy, kind of like Doug.
Until he was forced into not being straight-laced.
I wonder, Doug.
Oh, you think Doug can change?
Could Doug be Breaking Bad at some point?
Oh, no.
Well, Freddie Frito was a scientist. I could maybe I'll be the Jesse Pinkerton, and he'll be the
Pinkerton.
What's his name?
Pinkman.
Pinkman. Sorry, I'll be the Jesse Pinkman, and he'll be the Walter White.
Your dad went the other way.
What do you mean?
Your dad was bad and then went good. Like he was a musician.
He was a lead singer in a band.
Yeah, and then went to being. I gotta go all academic. I'll be a professor now.
Well, anyway, me and Walter White kind of like this dude. All right. So this guy,
how many texts right now? People say, "Hey, we landed on the
moon." Hey, I'm late to stuff.
I think people are happy that you're getting on board.
Well,
though.
You know what it is? Seriously, we have one kid in the house, and now I got time to carve out. And there was nothing I liked on Netflix or Amazon. I've watched like all the documentaries.
But you're taking on a big one because this isn't like there's 10 episodes. Yeah, but it's 5 seasons.
And then my daughter was like, "Oh yeah," and then you get to watch Better Call Saul, and I'm like, "What's that?" And she's like, "Well, it's about," and I'm like, "I don't even want to know." Yeah.
But this isn't like, catching up on Game of Thrones, for instance, where it's like 8 or 12 episodes a season or whatever it is, right? This is 20 episodes a season of 1 hour each.
I don't know.
It's like watching Walking Dead back in the day.
Yeah.
Because you and I both watched it over winter break one year to catch up through 4 seasons worth of Walking Dead, and we did it in a couple weeks.
Well, just for the record, I feel very bad for poor Emilio.
I want to rewatch it with you because it's that good. Every episode is important and good, Doug.
Okay.
Like that's how this show works. That's why it's so damn good.
I was a little concerned that I wasn't going to be able to, because that missing going like 3 years between the episode 1 and picking it up. I'm like, okay, what do I not remember? But now I'm excited, Kang.
Now I feel like I have to start watching.
Dude, get on board, man. It's a great show. Great show.
All right. So credit the caller who called last hour. He said, go look up an old Mud Hens box score from earlier this year. It's going to read very familiar. So I found a game back in, I think it was July. It's a 7-5 loss at Omaha. The Tigers lost, the Mud Hens, although it looks like the Tigers lost 5 of 6 in Omaha. Leadoff hitter was Parker Meadows on this day. Spencer Torkelson hit second. Jace Young hit third. Dylan Dingler hit fourth. The rest of the lineup are guys that aren't here, although once were. Valade being amongst them. The starting pitcher was Ty Madden. Sean Gunther blew a save. This is for the Mud Hens in June.
That's 6 guys.
6 guys from a Mud Hens team that went to Omaha, won the opener 10-3, lost 5-7, 5-2, 6-2, 7-4, and 2-1. Made up with future guys that were going to make a run at the playoffs. It's incredible. They open up a series the next week against the St. Paul Saints. Leadoff hitter, Meadows, hitting second. Torkelson hitting third. Young hitting fourth. Dingler. Starting pitcher, Ty Madden. He lasted an inning and 2/3.
That was when Ty Madden was not good.
This is in Toledo, man. And now these guys are doing this at the major league level.
And now Jackson Jobe gets to come up.
They lost that game 5-4. They lost all these games. Here's Hannafy closing out another loss at St. Louis or at St. Paul. It's just funny.
Yeah, while these guys were getting it done there, the other guys from Toledo were brought up, or weren't getting it done.
Yeah, I was about to say, were they getting it done?
The guys in Toledo were promoted, like Valade and Madris. They're up. It's really been a remarkable season to see how they've just pieced it together.
Yeah.
You get a chance to play. You get a chance to play.
You're not doing well? Come on up.
It's all right. It's okay.
We'll fix it.
Come on up to the land of low expectations.
You're going to be fetter made. 248-539-9797. John, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, good morning, guys. Great show as usual.
Thank you.
I just had a question. I'm going with my son to the game on Sunday, the last game of the regular season, of course, before the playoffs begin for the Tigers.
Nice.
And I was happy to see that Skubal is penciled in as a starter, but I'm wondering, well, 2 things. If the Tigers have clinched the spot and can't move up or down, would they hold off Skubal until the playoffs, and would they possibly start Jackson Jobe on Sunday for the fans? What do you think?
Well, if they can't move up or down in the standings and they're in the playoffs on Sunday, there's no way that you would start Skubal because you want to use him for the playoffs. Yeah. And if you were to start him, then he's not available for the first round of the playoffs because it's only 3 games and it's best of 3. So he's going to if they're in that situation, he wouldn't pitch. Would Jobe start? No idea. Yeah, they said he's going to be a bullpen guy, but I mean, they 3/5 of the rotation is a bullpen start, so we don't know. And by that point, maybe it's only 1/5 of the rotation because maybe they're going with Skubal, Reese Olson, Casey Myers, and Keita Montero. We don't know.
Now, if the Tigers finish the either second or third in the playoff in the wild card, they would not have a home game. Is that correct?
Correct. Although there's some interesting data about wild card series that we will get to straight ahead. This is very interesting. I don't know if it means anything or nothing. You decide. We'll get to that at 11:50. Dan Campbell spoke to the morning show. Hear the best of what he had to say at 12:05. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football fall and the best deals of all. Right now, you can lease a new 2024 Silverado for just $297 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right, $297 a month for 24 months on a 1500 crew cab, 4x4, 2FL. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. There are hundreds on the ground to choose from. EVs, Trax, Equinox, Blazers. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights with a guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Make this the summer to save. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. probably going to go through the entire season. I'm looking for a Toledo game this year with 7 current Tigers participating for the Mud Hens. Because there's a bunch of them with 5, a lot with 6. And here's another one with 5 they got smoked by the Iowa Cubs. And all these are like losses.
Yeah.
Metals, Torque, Young, Dingler hitting 1, 2, 3, and 4. This was a Montero start. He lasted 3 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. These are the backbone guys. Crazy. It's absolutely insane.
And you're trying to find it for guys that are on the roster right now.
Yes, guys that
not
are
just
right
guys
now.
that have played on the roster. I mean, guys that are on the roster right now that at one time played at the same time in the same game at Toledo.
Yep.
Crazy.
Gone through. Oh no, I'm getting close. Dave, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing great.
Dude, girlfriend and I planned a trip to Baltimore quite a while ago, and flew out this past Friday night. Went to the bar right away to catch the Tigers because we didn't get there in time for the game. But we had a blast over the weekend. Got tickets. We came in last night. Had tickets for today. But I didn't go to work yesterday, so I had to go to work today. But pins and needles every pitch in Baltimore. Tiger fans were awesome. We had a great time. Could not miss this game. So taking the day off again today and go Tigers.
So wait a sec. How many? Have you told your boss what you're doing? You keep taking days off to go to Tiger games?
Yeah, no, I did not tell my boss. I mean, they probably know. But it's probably not good for me to actually stay. So, but it's all good.
What do you mean it's not good for you to actually stay?
To stay.
Stay.
Hey,
Okay. Stay. I thought you said stay. Hey, man.
He works for Acme Explosives, so he doesn't want his boss to know.
Enjoy the day. Gator. So, this wild card format, with there being 3 wild cards, so 6 teams in America. I feel like we're reintroducing ourselves to postseason baseball here, just to know potentially what's on the line. Yes, potentially what's on the line. The 3 division winners from the American and National League obviously all make the playoffs. Then there's 3 wild cards, so 6 teams total. And so the 3 division winners are in. The 1 seed, the best record, the 2 seed, the next best record, the 3 seed has to play a wild card round. So there is premium on staying out of that wild card round. The next 3 best records, regardless of division, make the playoffs. So here's the thing, is this format has been in place for 2 years, okay? Which means there have been 8, each year there's been 4 wild card series in the National League and the American League, okay? So 8 total wild card series have been played. In those 8 series, I don't know if this is significant, but there's only been 1 Game 3. It's been 1-2 barbecue. There's been no reason to play a Game 3.
Home team has held serve.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. The home team hasn't held serve.
The home teams are 2-6.
Oh.
In these series. So the teams that have to go on the road.
That is potentially significant.
Yeah. Is this significant?
Potentially.
Is this just a statistical anomalation, as we like to say, or is there something to this?
I think the data is a little inconclusive after just 2 years of seeing this.
Okay.
But I like where it's going.
So that means there's been a bunch of road teams that have gone on the road and swept. It seems a little hard to believe, doesn't it?
It does and it doesn't. I mean, when you start to think about what happens with these first round series, the teams that are vying for the wild card, I mean, they're battling so hard at the end of the season just to get into the wild card to secure that spot.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing the same thing we're doing right now with the Tigers. We're trying to figure out how do we ensure that our best pitcher is able to pitch in one of those first 2 games. And if you can't do that, then you're really up against it.
Yeah.
That's why it's really important for the Tigers to take care of business today. Take care of business tomorrow. Take care of business on Thursday. Take care of business on Friday night and Saturday night. And then maybe just maybe you don't have to worry about Sunday.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Is Sunday it may mean everything, it may mean nothing. It is awfully nice to know that the Tigers are finishing the regular season against the Chicago White Sox, because the White Sox already have broken all of the losing records they could break. They're not playing to avoid history. They've made history. They're probably, somebody will come up with something where they don't want to be the first team to lose exactly 125 games or whatever it is. Who knows what they're going to come up with, but anyway, Tigers 27-11 back to August 11th. The outfield, I'll say this about the outfield in this time. I'm not ready to call Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Parker Meadows an elite outfield, but they're mimicking one. Riley Green is playing.
You're talking about as all-around outfielders.
Yeah, all-around outfielders.
At
they're
the plate.
playing defense. They're playing at the plate. They're showing off some speed. They're hitting for power. I mean, they're mimicking an elite outfield.
They do a lot of those things.
Right?
Yeah. And then when you add in, Vierling and Perez, and I guess to an extent Malloy, I mean, there's some depth there. Everybody can do something a little bit different once you start getting into those other four guys. But the three guys that play there primarily, there's so much to like.
Yep.
I mean, Parker Meadows right now is playing like a guy who's a complete outfielder, one of the best center fielders in baseball. Defensively, offensively, he's a catalyst. He can run the paces. He's great. Riley Green. It's a year ago Riley Green had surgery for Tommy John.
Really?
A year ago. And he's playing like a star. He was an all-star, and he's playing like one. He can take his game up another notch for sure. I mean, it's not like he's hitting 300, but he's hitting well, and he's got over 20 home runs this year, and he's plays really well defensively. Runs kind of funny, but he runs well.
It's like his legs are too short or something, but he runs. He's fast.
Yeah. and then what Kerry Carpenter has done, even though he's missed time with injury, he's got less than 300 at-bats, but he's got a 952 OPS, which would be top 10 in all of baseball.
MLB Network was reporting today if he played a full season, he'd be on pace to hit 34 home runs with 103 RBIs.
Well, those are nice numbers. And by the way, hitting 290. So he's done very well. It's a really good-looking outfield right now. And like I said, they've got some depth. Like if you need to sub out Kerry Carpenter because here comes a left-handed pitcher and you want a better situation, okay, we got a switch hitter in Perez. You got a right-handed hitter in Vierling and also Malloy, and they've got options. And I like the options they have. It's a fun team to watch. It's not the greatest team, but together they're playing great.
They're mimicking the greatest team.
Yeah. I mean, the last 45 games, you can't deny what their record is.
No, it's been crazy. Absolutely crazy. 248-539-9797. If you want to keep talking Tigers, we'll lead into Tiger baseball today. Now, we just got a report that it is sprinkling down at Comerica Park. Is the tarp still on the field, Kang? Do we know that? Or
the tarp was off the field last I checked, but I'm going to get an update right after this, our noon update.
Okay, sounds good. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. That way you can listen to. Imagine being out of town and wanting to hear Tiger Talk because you're invigorated by our baseball team in late September. Yep, you can do it with the Odyssey app. Also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where our guy Evan has just posted. Champion Chump of the Weekend is voted on by the people. Go check it out at 971theticket.com. And you can stream with video. Go to twitch.tv. You guys got in the deep end of the pool today at Twitch. I had to log off. I go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. YouTube.com as well. You can participate in the streaming chat on both those sites. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Dan Campbell on the morning show. Interesting things what he said about what went wrong with the offense in the second half. What's next for James Houston with Davenport out? Some of the questions he answered. We'll get to those answers today at 12:05. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. Game moved due to what is expected to be inclement weather tonight. It is not exactly great weather right here, right now. In fact, Kang, what's the latest? We got a reporter down there.
Yeah, according to our very own Jeremy Otto, who's down at the Comerica Park, there is no tarp on the field, but there is constant light rain. The Rays are currently taking infield.
Okay. All right, so trending in a good direction for getting this one underway. Just over an hour from now, Tigers taking up much of the show, but the Lions, of course, improved to 2-1. Team with Super Bowl expectations got a big win on the road at Arizona. And last night, am I correct? Last night was the biggest underdog victory of the weekend. It was 7 points.
Yeah, it was the third straight week in the NFL where the biggest underdog not only covered, but just outright won the game.
Okay, so I believe this week, I'd have to go back and look at the Thursday night game, but the 5 biggest underdogs this week won outright.
Amazing.
And that's why, that's why the people that bitch about the win were voted chump of the weekend, is not having any sense for the environment of what the NFL actually is. There's no judges here. There's no style points don't matter. Just win the damn games.
Yeah, win the damn games. And I guarantee that people that are betting on the games
you think those are some of those people? The Lions
no,
covered.
I don't think they are. I think
the
they're
Lions covered.
I think they're the exact opposite, because I think people betting on the games probably bet with those favorites to win, and they didn't, and they're like, NFL's screwed up.
I don't know if there's any correlation between. You're talking about Lions fans complaining?
No, I'm just talking about NFL fans. Well, I think the Lions fans complaining are probably people that are not betting. Because if they were, they'd be aware of how crazy the NFL is.
Now, the Jets were a 6.5 point favorite over the Patriots. That was Thursday night and won. So between Sunday and Monday, the five biggest underdogs all won outright.
Survivor pools are in disarray. This thing might be over by week 6. It's unreal if you're in a Survivor. If you're still in a Survivor pool.
Do you think anyone's in one that's already over after 3 weeks?
Well, smaller ones, sure, like buddies, groups, fantasy leagues.
I wonder what the highest number of people that are in a Survivor. People don't know how a Survivor pool works. It's a simple concept. I've never done one. Sounds like fun.
Oh, it's fun.
But basically what you do is everybody puts in $20 or $50 or how many? What's the one at Circa?
Circa, it's $1,000.
Okay, $1,000 to get in.
Yeah.
All you have to do is pick a team to win outright. So pick a heavy favorite just to win outright.
You can't use that team again.
Yeah, but once you've selected a team once, you can't select that team again. And you had some data on the Circa, like there was.
Oh yeah, by week, I think by week 2, the end of week 2, like 75% of the entries were done.
That's amazing.
That's so crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
And so it's even worse now because, I mean, the Bengals were the biggest favorite this week. They lost last night. And they weren't the only ones, of course, that were favorites that lost. You just mentioned all the underdogs that not just covered, but won. Like, all you have to do is pick the winner. You don't have to cover, just pick the winner. And people can't even do that right now.
Wow.
How much of a favorite were the Bengals in the game last night?
7.5.
7.5. They were an 0-2 team taking on a 1-2 team. Or 1-1 team. And they were that much of a favorite.
Well, Jaden Daniels, hello. I mean, he was very, very impressive.
He's the best quarterback in this rookie class, and it's not even close.
Cincinnati Bengals, thank you for participating in the 2024 NFL season.
Wow.
Josh Allen, meanwhile, the rumors of his demise have been greatly exaggerated as he defeated long-haired Daniel Jones and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Long-haired Daniel Jones. Shots fired. Trevor Lawrence looks horrible. I mean, just looks as bland as can be for a guy that was as can't miss of a college player as you'll ever see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as a freshman, that guy looked amazing at Clemson. And like, wow, when is it? If he went pro right now, he'd be the first player taken. And he has to wait 2 more years? Oh, my God. And then everybody couldn't wait to see him play in the pros, and he has just been at best.
Yep. And he was again last night.
Yeah, he was worse than
This is crazy. I'm looking at Circa's Survivor right now, guys.
Yeah.
They had over 14,000 total entries this year. That's a ton. They're down to 642. We just ended week 3. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
The most bet on teams or picked teams this past week were the Bengals, Browns, Bucks, and Raiders. Top 4 right there.
Can you imagine if you're somebody who picked the winner in that game? You're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Oh, if you're one of the 642 left?
Yeah, if you actually,
of course.
well, not just you're one of the 642 left. If you're somebody that actually picked, like you're forced into it maybe, but you picked one of the underdogs, a big-time underdog to win.
Well, that's the thing, Gator. Right now, it's week 3. You're not forced to pick
probably not
anything.
forced to. Yeah, you're right.
You have
You're right.
29 teams to pick from.
You're right. Nobody's forced to do it.
Gator's just out there. Screw it. I'm taking the Commanders. I'm taking the Commanders in week 3. I don't care.
Joe Burrow sucks.
And everyone's like, you're doing this wrong.
Yeah, and Joe Burrow, by the way, was really good last night. Cincinnati's defense, not so much. Like if you're doing radio in Cincinnati today, it's not about Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. It's about what the hell happened with their defense
and their offensive line.
And it can't stop a mobile quarterback.
Signed every fan base everywhere. All right, so Dan Campbell joined the morning show, and one of the big questions yesterday was about the offense in the second half. The guys asked him about it, and here's what he said. So there you go. The Lions head coach, kind of the anatomy of the second half offensive failures. One thing here, one thing there. But he kept talking about third downs. It felt like early in the game, they weren't even reaching third down. You know what I mean? It was like, they were, we'll get first downs quickly.
Right.
So they didn't have third down conversions they had to make early in the game. Because
they're getting 12 yards on first down.
Yeah.
It's first down again. Okay.
Yeah. When you get 12 yards on 1st and 10, it makes for a real easy second down.
You're going to convert on 3rd and short.
All right, more from Dan Campbell. Last year, you won with offense. This year, are you starting to think you might be able to win with this defense? So there you go. High praise indeed for the defense.
I just want to mention, because he mentioned all facets, right?
Yep.
Special teams doing they can win that way. And they haven't had to rely on Jake Bates at all yet. But you got to mention what Jack Fox is doing with the punting game. In 3 games, he's had 11 punts. 8 of them have been inside the 20-yard line. You know how many yards they've given up in the punt return game?
None.
None yards.
So here's the thing, too. That helps your defense look a lot better.
Totally.
There was a stat a defensive coordinator gave me once, and this was a million years ago, but he said, you know how many drives that start at the 20 or inside the 20 result in a touchdown? And I said, no. And he was like, 1 out of every 15. I'm sorry, how many end in scores? It was 1 out of 15. How in touchdowns? It was like 1 out of every 22 or something. If you start somebody inside the 20. And it speaks to how important field position is. But I will tell you, Jack Fox finished second in Champ of the Weekend voting.
I mean, he set up to punt 12 times this year. 11 times they don't return it. The 12th time they got a first down because he threw a first down pass.
All right, who has to step up with Marcus Davenport out? We will tell you what Dan Campbell, you'll hear what he had to say today at 12:20. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. UMCU is the official debit card of Michigan Athletics. We've also teamed up with Will Johnson, national champion, defensive MVP, esteemed cornerback of the Michigan Wolverines. Huge play this past Saturday. And to celebrate this winning combination, University of Michigan Credit Union wants to share some excitement with you. They're offering exclusive fan benefits like giving you a chance to intercept your debt, Will Johnson style, with an MVP checking account. It's an unbeatable offer that saves you 2% interest rate on your existing loans. Open a checking account, set up a direct deposit, and transfer your existing loan, and that's it. 2% savings. Well, they can start to add up real quick. Football's in full swing. You hear me calling the games. You hear my voice probably a lot, too much. I'm encouraging you to become a member at UMCU and intercept your debt before the clock runs out. They've been servicing customers for over 70 years. Signing up is easy. Visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. All right, before we get back to Dan Campbell's sound, there is news from Comerica Park. It is now raining, and the tarp's back on the field. Damn it. So there's a couple things about that. One is whatever, as long as the game gets played today. Gator, you have the radar in front of you?
I do.
And what does the Gator radar say?
It looks very like spotty with rain coming and going. And then if you do a future look at it, I mean, it looks like it's going to clear up. And then there's definitely a window to play. Mm-hmm. But it's just that right now you're seeing rain in the area that may not leave here for a second. What just happened here?
Don't know. Computer refresh? Unintentional computer refresh?
I've got half a screen of computer right now, and the other half is spinning. Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so anyway, we might get a delay.
Yeah, according to our Jeremy Otto, who's down there, the rain has picked up as well. So tarp on the field, like you said, and rain is picking up.
Okay, well, we'll be here keeping you company, and we'll see if they indeed even start the pregame show. I suspect that they will, but we might get a slight delay before this one gets started.
It looks like the rain leaves the area right before 2 o'clock, and then is clear for several hours.
Okay.
So no need to have Tarek Scuba warming up just yet.
Okay, back to Dan Campbell when he spoke to the morning show. Okay, this question was very specific, and I want you to listen to this answer. John basically said, other than Josh Paschal, who helps make up for the loss of Marcus Davenport? Might we see James Houston? Okay, so other than Paschal,
and then specifically threw in Houston's name.
Might we see James Houston? And the response was? Okay, I mean, they asked a follow-up question about James Houston. Okay, what does he need to do? And he said he's got to keep working. He's got to take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves. And then he said, but it's also a matter of who gets sent down. Because if you activate him, somebody else has to get sent down. But, I mean, they already don't have Davenport, so I don't know why.
Well, to me, there's two things. Davenport is one, and Barnes is the other.
Yeah.
So you're automatically, you might think in your head, okay, well, here's a great opportunity for James Houston. And maybe there is if he shows up in practice this week and looks like he belongs out there. But for guys that they can bring up, I mean, Isaac Ukwu, who's on the practice squad, defensive lineman, 6'3", 265. 265. That's more along the size of a Davenport, right? Mm-hmm. So you could play on the outside like that. Or if they want the linebacker or both, you got Mitchell Agude, who's also big at 6'4", 250. Is that what they're looking to do? You're talking about two guys, okay, they got to move off Davenport and Barnes aren't going to be available on Monday night. So that's two spots. And you already saw in the game that Neiman was playing and that Rodriguez was playing and Jalen Reeves-Maben. Now, Anzalone's probably coming back, so maybe that just takes away the linebacker spot from Barnes. So now it's back to one. Now you're just looking at a defensive end spot that you're going to have to fill. And again, looking what the Lions have done this year, they like the guy with the size. And the guy with the size in the practice squad is Ukwu at defensive line, and the defensive line is 6'3" and 265. And, you can play, like he mentioned with giving these other guys an opportunity, sliding Pascal over, he's going to get a lot of reps, and Unzarika can do that as well. And they like Mingo, and who knows what they're going to do. It sounds to me, listening to it, James Houston's probably the odd man out. That they need to see a lot. He's got to show a lot more in practice, and maybe it's not like when you hear that. My first thought goes, "Is this an effort thing, or is he just still not right from his injury from a year ago?"
I don't know, and I'm rooting for him, right? Because he's bringing to the table. He might just bring one skill set to the table, but it's like the most valuable skill set in the league. When you can get to quarterbacks, the league is quarterbacks, edge rushers, left tackles, and wide receivers. Like that's where it feels like the premium is.
What James Houston has over those players is he's actually on the roster. Those guys are on the practice squad.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do any kind of shuffling around necessarily. You just make him active for the day. Will they is another question.
And yet I can't help but wonder if he is kind of the next Quentin Berry. And by that, I mean a guy that came in, was doing some stuff, but whenever he gets talked about, it feels as though...
I don't like that. I know what you're saying.
I'm not trying to be
I know
mean
you're not
but,
trying to trigger me. I get it.
But see, and so when Quentin Berry, who was, for people who don't know, he was a Tiger for like a month back in 2014.
And he stole like 20 straight bases.
Yeah, and he was getting on base a lot, and the fans were like, they found an answer, and Jim Leland and the rest of the Tigers, the vibes they were giving off were, no, we haven't.
Like, cool your jets.
Yeah, and it was almost as if without saying it, they were saying it. Don't get too excited about this guy. And I kind of starting to get that same feeling. Like, I mean, Dan Campbell was asked, other than Josh Pascal, who picks it up, and does James Houston get a look? And he's like, I don't know about that. And Pascal, and they went right to Pascal. So,
well, for what it's worth, ESPN, when you look at their depth chart with the Lions, and it's updated pretty well here because it's already got like Derek Barnes out and Marcus Davenport out. The player they have at right defensive end is Josh Pascal. So it's, they list Houston behind Hutchinson on the other side, but obviously it's just kind of floating around because they'll play wherever. The defensive ends play either side. But it's interesting that Pascal's already there. I don't have high expectations for Houston being activated on Monday night, I guess.
I don't either. And I think Campbell's handling it about as well as he can.
Yeah, I was saying, even during the preseason, like these aren't. I see some concerning signs with James Houston, like as far as what the Lions coaching staff is telling me. That's not, I want him to succeed. You two want him to succeed, but everything their actions don't say like he's a big part of this defense right now. And I think it's unfortunate because he might be a trivia question down the road, Doug. Where, hey, remember that defensive end that had 7 or 8 sacks in a half a season? Like that's where it might be because he's got a skill set, Doug, to get to the quarterback. But how elite is his skill set? Because if he was getting to the quarterback at ease in practice, he'd be active on Sundays. Let's just be honest. Maybe he's not the same. Maybe it's the injury. Maybe it's a talent issue. I don't know what it is. But it's clear he doesn't have the size, number one, right? Yep. He's a smaller defensive end as it is. And they need someone to set the edge. They love Marcus Davenport. He's a big man. Ukwu is another guy. You mentioned a couple guys they might bring up. Pascal, Levi. Those guys are bigger defensive ends. That's not what James Houston is. So he's got to get to the quarterback. And if his skill set isn't good enough to be active on Sundays, he might be the odd man out.
Now, here's what works in his favor for this week, because you're playing Seattle, and Seattle's very good offensively. They're top 10 in the league in yards offensively. They're averaging 24 points a game, and they've been very good in the pass game. Yards per game, Seattle is third in the league. And so they get less than 100 yards rushing per game, but it's 250 roughly passing. So if you've got a team that you feel is going to pass the football a lot, they're going to throw it a lot, then maybe having the guy with that skill set, you can go ahead and activate him and play him more than 3 snaps, because you're expecting this team to throw the ball 2/3 of the time.
So to be clear here, they have kept him on the roster.
Yes.
They haven't tried to sneak him through the practice squad, which means they think he has value and potential. If they were willing to risk losing him, they'd try and put him on the practice squad. But they don't want to do that. So that still says something about they hold him in enough regard to keep him in a roster spot. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Tiger Baseball coming up. We got a bunch of ticket texts about survivor pools. This is interesting where they're at. We'll get to that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's a lot of fun right now seeing teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every single deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. Starting with the Equinox EV. It's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV is only $239 a month. The Chevy Trax, only $259 a month. And the Chevy Silverado is only $299 a month. All these unbeatable payments with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included because there's no games and no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. If you're paying too much for service, only to be feeling like you're sitting there in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday with free loaner vehicles available. No appointment necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're right there at 696 and Telegraph.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone call. Sean is in West Bloomfield, and he is on 97.1. Hello, Sean.
Hey, boys. So I think one of the weirdest things about the Lions right now is that they're just sitting on $30 million in cap space. And it doesn't get talked about all that often, but they've got a ton of cap space still.
Yep.
And maybe is Brad savvy enough to just think, like, let's wait and see who gets hurt here while we're on this run this season? I mean, is that the move? And, if you look at, there's a number of teams that already look pretty pathetic and out of it, right? So I'd say the majority of them have a really good pass rusher we could trade for, right? The best of which, of course, is, Vegas sitting there with Max Crosby, right? But, I mean, if you don't want to pay whatever that is, 2 first-round picks or whatever, I'd say there's a bunch of bad teams out there looking pretty hopeless that probably have a really good pass rusher we could go trade for. Don't you think?
Yes, and I think that's exactly why they war-chested this money. And we've talked at great length about off-season free agent signings and how they didn't spend the money. We talked at great length about free agents that are still out there and guys who got cut during training camp. They didn't use really much of the money. They went and got Tim Patrick, but these were like cheap moves that they made. And it became obvious to us that unless the right thing came along, they were clearly going to be comfortable with taking this money to the trade deadline. And then you can score big. So you got to keep your eyes on all the players around the league that play on teams that are underachieving that those teams might want to move on from.
But I think the other thing, Sean, is that I wouldn't imagine that teams aren't giving up after 3 games. I understand what you're saying. Some teams are just off to a horrible start. And look, Max Crosby would be massive. He's also got a high ankle sprain right now. They're going to wait. Teams are going to wait things out for at least a few more weeks, I imagine.
Of course.
Before.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to see him do something well before the trade deadline because we might need, especially at that position. And I just think that your point is totally valid to me, Gator. But I think that there's some teams that just look pretty hopeless right now. I mean, they look like they have very little chance of making any noise for the season. It would be my guess, right? So, I mean, even though they started poorly and it's early still. Right?
It's so early. It's like. We talked about it a couple segments ago, all these teams that were heavy favorites that lost. And, I mean, did you expect that Cincinnati would be 0-3? Are you counting them out of making a run at some point? I mean, their offense looked pretty good last night. Defensively, they looked lost. Couldn't stop Washington's offense. Are you counting the Cowboys out at 1-2? I mean, do that at your own peril. They're playing.
I am.
Okay.
Because I'm having fun.
Sure. But they're taking on the Giants on Thursday night, so they might get healthy real quick. And it's such an early start to the season. I think it's way too early to discern if this team's good, if this team sucks. You have to wait a few weeks on that.
Sure. The trade deadline's 6 weeks away, so there's a lot of time between now and then. With that said, I mean, he mentioned the Raiders. The Raiders are a team that I was like, you're eyeing Davante Adams and you're eyeing Max Crosby.
Who do you want? 2-4-A.
Keep in mind that back in 2018, the Raiders had a game-wrecking edge rusher that they traded at the age of 27 for 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth. They also gave up a second rounder. Would you give up 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth to get back Max Crosby and a second rounder?
Yep.
So would I.
I mean, that was Khalil Mack, right?
Yes. So fast you'd make your head spin. I would make that move. So, yeah.
This is where we're going to start to see if Brad Holmes is in the F them picks mode. They got cap space.
Yep.
They've got draft picks.
And he's like a $23 million a year player. He would fit under their cap. Now, they have to be motivated to move him too.
Right.
And I thought last year it was all pipe dream fan talk. This year he's 1 year closer to free agency. He'd be under contract for another 2 years after this. But that would be the one. That would be the one. And, you know, if there's a bidding war, how much do you want it? Because I'd pay more than that.
That's the dream move, guys. But that would speaking of what the show you just started watching again, Doug, that'd be Breaking Brad, though.
Oh. Oh.
That's just not his character. Am I right, Doug? Thank you.
Hold on.
Thanks, watch 5 episodes. Now he's an expert.
We'll continue the conversation, but I just want to take a moment to acknowledge what you just did there.
Little Breaking Brad.
Breaking
Nice.
Brad.
This is not his character, guys, right? I mean, he is a guy, draft, develop, sign your own. And I get that, and it's worked out great.
Yep.
But this offseason, they had a chance to go get the best cornerback on the market, L'Jarius Sneed. As far as we know, there was a little talk, maybe there were interest, but nothing really went that far.
Then they went and doubled down on corners in the draft.
Exactly. Went and got traded for a guy on a 1-year deal on Carlton Davis. He loves 1-year deals, right, Brad Holmes? Now, a Max Crosby deal is going to take some future capital, and he's in a big contract. I would love it, but I don't know if Brad Holmes goes there.
Well, because here's the thing. Because, okay, you're going to go and trade. If you trade for him, which I think might be pipe dream territory, but let's say you trade for him, you give him all the draft capital to do so. Then you got to pay him on a long-term contract. And guess who's going to be due for a contract next year? You know, the guy on the other side that you want to pair him up with because Aiden Hutchinson is so damn good. You want to help him out, give him somebody to work with. Okay, if you get 2 of the top 5 edge rushers in all of football, it ain't going to be cheap. And are you even able to do that? And by the way, Aleem McNeil still doesn't have a contract.
Yeah, I mean, you're backing yourself into a bit of a corner, but
yes, the salary cap goes up every year, and the NFL just finds revenue streams. It's amazing, but at some point, there's going to come a limit to how many monster contracts you can have on a roster at a given time.
All right, we said we get to these texts about survivor pools, how wild this NFL season has been. On Sunday and Monday, the 5 biggest underdogs all won their games outright. All between 5.5 and 7.5 point underdogs won their games outright. Chris in a work van says, 12-man survivor pool, dunzo. 3 weeks in, it's tough out here in these streets. Funny. Josh says, my 10-team fantasy league survivor pool is done. We usually get 2 pools in every year. Might be 3 this season. Screw you, Ravens and Bucks.
Oh.
Brian at work, I'm in a 100-person survivor pool where you are allowed 2 losses. I won it last year. This year, I was out after 2 weeks. You're allowed 2 losses. You picked 2 losers. We have 40 people in our survivor pool at $100 each. I would be the lone person standing last night, and all I needed was Cincinnati to win. I have no doubt that my survivor pools are over. Dennis and Grand Blanc, our survivor pool was over after week 2. There were 20 people in it. Sean at Miles of Golf in Ann Arbor, our office survivor pool is already over. We're starting a new one already to keep it going. Scott and Westland, there were 60 in our survivor pool. It's over. Then there's this one. 53 people, done. I won our work survivor pool last night. That's from an unnamed texter.
I mean, think about it. You think, okay, if you survived the first couple weeks of it with the craziness, and then you come into this week, you're like, okay, I'll just take one of the favorites. I'll go easy. Yep. Any of the top 5 favorites, I'll take it. Nope. And gone.
It's a lot of losing.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. We may get a rain delay here. Tarp is on the field, which means we probably will get a rain delay. They probably will bring it back to us. We never know, but we'll be here ready to keep you company until they get this one started. Tigers, it's a Scooble start at home against Tampa. Huge game, huge series. Unbelievable set of circumstances have the Tigers set to make this run to the playoffs. Magic number 6 with 6 to go. Tigers chance to get another win, and that is coming up next. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
curveball hit hard out in the left field. It's in there.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Campbell. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The
In the 97.1 Ticket Broadcast Command Center, getting you set for Tiger baseball. You've heard rain delay, so we'll keep you company until they get this one going. Everything they've told us is short rain delay. So we shall see. In the meantime, Gator, we just have to wait with bated breath. A baseball game with massive consequences being played this afternoon in what appears to be a bit of a sneeze outdoors there in Comerica Park.
Yeah, hopefully this passes by quickly, and it looks at the radar, it looks like it will pass through hopefully within the next hour, but maybe sooner than that. They say it's going to be short. So get the game started, play through the sneeze, use a Kleenex, wash your hands, people, and then get back to playing baseball. It is a big game. It's a lot of fun that we've got big games. It's the 24th of September. The Tigers right now are engaged in a really big series.
Really big series. Now,
really big.
Today is a huge day. As good as this is, we all know the tiebreaker situation with Minnesota. Minnesota is playing host to Miami later today. The Tigers, if they unfortunately lose this game and Minnesota wins, the Tigers are back out of the playoffs. But they're in right now. They control their own destiny. It's great to have Scooble there because I got to tell you, if the Tigers win today and the Twins lose and they drop 2 games behind Detroit, I have to imagine that the air empties from the balloon rapidly in Minnesota. They were able to kind of flush the disastrous road trip they had, flush it a bit, trips to Cleveland and Boston with the day off yesterday. But if they come back and lose today to a Miami team that is the worst in the National League, I think the air goes out of the balloon. They have to be thinking at the end of the Miami series, we have to be ahead of Detroit with the Tigers finishing up the season against the White Sox.
Yeah, and look, good. What I love more than that is that the Tigers control their own destiny. They would have nobody to blame but themselves, all right? If people want to take away the credit from the Tigers and say that Kansas City and Minnesota are playing so poorly down the stretch, they're just handing it to them on a silver platter. Okay, you can say that, but it's still up to the Tigers right now. They have to do what they can do, and they can control themselves right now, and it starts this afternoon.
So the only team in the mix here isn't just Minnesota along with Detroit. It's the Kansas City Royals as well. The Royals, they are in Washington against another bad National League team, the Washington Nationals. And I don't think the Royals, I think they're interleague the rest of the way. I think they just play National League teams.
Yes. They play Atlanta after this?
I think it is Atlanta, yeah, which is good.
Yes.
That's a good baseball team. So that bodes well for us in terms of who Detroit will be playing in the last series of the year. But look, I mean, again, Kansas City, getting past them would set up a Detroit trip to Baltimore next week if the Tigers can close the deal, make the playoffs, move ahead of Kansas City. Is playing Baltimore a significant advantage over playing Houston? I would never have thought that to be the case, but here's what you got to remember about Baltimore. They peaked at, I think it was 23 games. Yeah, it was 23 games over 500. Since that time, they are 33-40. That's a significant sample size where Baltimore has been a below 500 baseball team. So I think there is a big difference between playing Houston and playing Baltimore. So if we're going to get greedy, I guess you catch Baltimore past them and then the Tigers are hosting. But getting past Kansas City, in my estimation, is also not a small deal. Because I would much rather play Baltimore than Houston. Careful what you wish for, right? Because Baltimore has all the makings of being an exceptionally good baseball team. They just haven't been playing that way for the better part of 2 months.
Correct. Baltimore hasn't been playing well, but they're getting some players back, which may bode well for them down the stretch here. Look, getting to the playoffs, I really don't care who they play. The Tigers are playing so well. They're playing better than anybody else in baseball since August 13th. They're playing at a 70%, better than 70% clip since then. And it leads the league. So if you want to walk into the buzzsaw that is the Tigers, so be it. I mean, they're just getting it from getting great performances all around, whether it's the starting pitching, the bullpen, which is more of the bullpen than the starting pitching because of how often they've had been used and all the the bullpen outings they've had. But the bats have come alive at the right time. The defense is playing spectacularly right now, and you're not going to with all this kind of stays the way it is because baseball's a strange game. But ball bounce is funny sometimes. They didn't have great success against Houston. I think they were 2-4 against them in the 6 games. But they also haven't. The last time they played Houston was you got to go back to June, middle of June. So it's a different team right now. It is a radically different team that the Tigers have now compared to what they had in June.
248-539-9797. We just got word that the start time will be 2 p.m. 2 p.m. for this one, Tigers and the Tampa Bay Rays. So good news that they will get it in this afternoon. We all know the significance of the Scooble start, why it's important to start today. Speaking of Baltimore, they wrap up the season with a 3-game set with the New York Yankees, the best team in the American League. Then they close with 3 games at Minnesota. This could get to a really weird place where we might go from rooting against Minnesota to rooting for Minnesota.
Yep.
Like, if the Tigers have a really good series here against Tampa, we get into this weird place where we don't want Minnesota to be completely eliminated because we want them to beat Baltimore so that the Tigers can then win as many games as they can against the White Sox and maybe catch Baltimore.
That can't happen. Right? That can't happen,
right?
Doug.
Because if the Tigers win the next 3 and Minnesota lose the next 3 and Minnesota's eliminated, then they'll be taking on Baltimore at the end of the year with nothing to play for. And I'll take this scenario, believe me. That's perfectly fine. But if the magic number's like 1 going into the White Sox series, and all the Tigers have to do is beat the White Sox once,
just get it done.
Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, just win the first game.
But
win this one today, and then we can start. We'll go each one game by game. But yeah, I get it. It's a lot of interesting scenarios can play out, but the most interesting one is that Tigers control their own destiny.
That's the best part of this whole
With
thing.
6 games to go, and taking on, the worst team in baseball for the last 3 games, historically the worst team in baseball history. That's crazy. And they got these 3 games against Tampa. Let's go. Scooble start. Come on.
All right, so the other thing about this whole thing is, should they make the playoffs, if you missed it earlier, we had this weird data point that in the 2 years of this playoff format, the road team has won 6 of the 8 wild card series. The wild card series would start Tuesday with 4 series getting underway, 2 in the American League, 2 in the National League, 3 versus 6 and 4 versus 5. All of the games, best of 3 series, all of the games are played at the home of the higher seed. And only one of them has gone ever in the 8 wild card series that have been played. Only one of them has ever gone to a game 3. That happened to be Padres-Mets. And only 2 home teams have won series, period. The road teams have gone in and they've swept a bunch and they've won 6 of the 8, which is crazy. I don't know if that is significant. If you give me the choice of home field, Gator, I am still taking it.
Oh, will you?
Yeah. I think that's more of a statistical anomalation than anything. But I would far prefer home field. And I did, by the way, see an email yesterday that came to my email account from the Detroit Tigers. In case we're in. An email came from the Tigers yesterday. It wasn't even selling tickets. It was only an announcement that season ticket holders have priority. Meaning if you became a 2025 season ticket holder, you have 2024 postseason priority. They weren't, to be clear here, that's not selling tickets. That's pointing out that if they have a chance to host
there's
games,
an opportunity at some point,
and you sign up to be a season ticket holder, you get priority to postseason tickets.
It's a nice carrot to dangle in front of people.
Yep. Do you think they threaded the needle there without jinxing it, right? Isn't that?
I think they have. I mean, look, they have to let people want to know.
Yep.
We discussed it very briefly last week. People want to know. Just get in the playoffs, man.
Just get into the playoffs.
I feel like this is the same thing we said about the Red Wings. Just get in. Please just get in.
The other thing about Baltimore is if they do get in and they do pass Kansas City and they can play Baltimore, that is drivable. I don't know how many people would drive to Houston.
No, you don't drive to Houston.
If you do, I know of an amazingly obscure animal sanctuary in Louisiana that you can stay in.
Yeah? Yeah, that's always good.
Yeah.
And you want to avoid a monsoon.
Yeah, but we were talking to Michigan fans last year for the national championship game, and some guy called that he was staying in an animal sanctuary in Louisiana. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the people coming up. Also, talk about this move the Tigers made yesterday. Kind of caught everybody by surprise. Tiger baseball scheduled to get underway at 2 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, they did it again. Twin Peaks is up the game. They have now something called Shot Caller, and You Call It. This is part of the best happy hour in the state. All right, so you call it. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree draft dirty blonde or naughty brunette. Yep, you guessed it, $5. They take it even further. You want to be a shot caller? Patron? $7. Woodford Reserve? $7. Grey Goose? Yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They mixed in food options as well, like the $5 fried pickles, a billionaire bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or the smoked chicken quesadilla. And new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6. And again, late night from 10 to close. Couldn't think of a better way to maybe take in the end of a baseball game today than that happy hour, right? Or you got football on Thursday night. Second half, it's happy hour. All good. And it's all served by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Now we know how pricey it is going out for food these days. Enjoy these great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Rain delay edition of Carson Anderson here on 97.1 A Ticket. Tiger baseball scheduled to get underway now at 2 o'clock. This is so funny. I showed you a picture of Jackson Jobe, and your thought was, I said, it's the haircut. And he's got the same haircut as my boys, which essentially, I think anybody, if you're between the ages of 14 and 25, you're going to have that hair.
I'm pretty sure I saw this kid at your kid's graduation party, Doug.
Jackson Jobe?
Yes. Jackson Jobe was at the grad party.
Yeah, Jackson Jobe. All these kids have this bird's nest hair. Like, this is the thing. The bird's nest. And they all, and Jackson Jobe, do an interview, just saw behind.
Yeah, I just saw him with the media scrum before the game today, and he's answering questions like a true professional already, actually. Sounds pretty mature.
Yep.
But I was waiting for him to say, just give me the aux, bro. Because he wants to play the music in the clubhouse, right?
Yeah. Gotta have aux.
Gotta have it.
Yep.
I mean, does he
seem like he has Riz, Kang? Did he have Riz?
100.
Yeah.
He's got Riz.
100, man.
No cap.
Oh, no cap for sure.
No cap.
All right, well, you got to stop. You're embarrassing your kids, and they don't even hear you.
No.
It's not even in the state.
Yeah,
right.
right.
Enough.
Do you know what Stadium Pulse is?
What Stadium Pulse is?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gang, do you know what Stadium Pulse is?
The vibe you get from a stadium? I don't know.
Oh, you feeling the vibe?
Stadium Pulse is a way they measure how difficult it is to play in an opposing team stadium in NCAA football, the EA Sports game. If it's got a great Stadium Pulse, it makes it harder for you to play. So your Stadium Pulse can be like on high.
I'm glad there's a metric for it.
Yeah. So anyway, the boys now talk about Stadium Pulse. Dude, the Stadium Pulse at the big house was electric, bro. Let me mess up my hair more and go Riz up that girl.
Easy.
He's only going to be pitching in important ass games coming up here.
That's right. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a John in Allen Park here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing today on Scuba Day? Happy Scuba Day.
It is a great Scuba Day.
Yeah. Hey, I heard you guys talking earlier about the emails you got from the Tigers, and at 1 o'clock this afternoon, I just got the email. 6 weeks ago, I never thought I was going to get from, as a 1901 Society member, reserve your postseason playoff strip now. So I just want to let you know that they just came out and have to reserve your seats or commit to reserving your seats by Sunday, and they start charging credit cards as soon as they clinch, if they clinch.
It's really cool. And like you said, this is like an email that it had to come in. You would have been like, why are they sending this? They sent it in August. Whereas all the other teams, like they haven't even said that they're selling playoff tickets. And it's at this point, I mean, they're not going to get a first round home game where it stands right now. So they'd have to win the first round. Now they could pass Baltimore. It would take a lot of work here still.
Right, because the most they could have would be, and I'm not assuming that they're not going to have a playoff game in the first round. And then what is it, second round, best of five? So there's no way they can have home field for the ALDS, and then best of seven for the ALCS and World Series. So they never specifically said how much each game ticket costs or how many tickets you're buying. It just gives you the one lump sum at the end, and then of course they add on the $60 service fee per account.
That's always nice. The additional overcharge.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
you got to pay for the true code.
This is why you have season tickets, right? I mean, this is.
Well, you're right.
Why you do it?
Like, and I got to say, John. So, how many games have you been to this year?
We have a half season package, so we've been to 35, 40 games.
I mean, I'm happy for guys like you that in the middle of the season they went dark. People weren't even watching them on TV. They were losing. The interest level was almost completely dead, and you were still going to games.
Oh, we'll come down here and watch a baseball game. Doesn't matter who they're playing. We're watching, and Javi Baez was my Tiger. But as soon as and as soon as he goes on the injured list, they do something that is still unbelievable, and And at this point, last week, I'm just happy to be where we were. Now, I'm going to be upset if we don't get in because we've come all this way.
Yeah. I really hope that the card that gets if they don't get in, I don't want to hear they blew it. I don't want to hear they were a disappointment. It is completely taking out of context what this group of players and this staff has done. I don't think that is. I'm just going to say up front, I mean, it would have to be amazing circumstances for have that thought to authentically enter my mind, and it will not be tolerated from 10-2.
No, I mean, you have to look at some things that the team has done when this streak kind of, I don't know, it's not a streak, but when they started playing so much better in middle of August and August 11th, August 13th, whatever we're going to look at. You had Kerry Carpenter come back. You had Parker Meadows come back. And you made a trade to acquire Trey Sweeney.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time you brought Trey Sweeney up, you had brought up Chase Young as well. And there's some other moves to be sure. But for the offense to get on track, that's kind of what happened. And then you brought up Torkelson too. Torkelson had a great August. He has not had a great September, but he had a great August. All those guys together have really launched this team back into a world of respectability when it comes to their offense, because their offense, remember what it was like the first 2 months of the season, how bad it was, how we're talking again, how historically bad this team was with their team OPS and team batting average and not hitting home runs and not getting anybody in to score, and how dramatically things have shifted since August. There's a lot of moves there. And the other one is that, the embargo factor is not on the team.
Yes. And we have embargoed that as a topic until the postseason. But Gator, if you go back, this team was 5-0.
They were.
They were 5-0.
They were. Well, it's important because you get off to a hot start like 5-0. It's 5 games above 500.
I know.
Remember how long it was before the Tigers got back to 5 games above 500?
Yep.
Now what are they? 8 games above 500, 9 games above 500? I love it right now. This is just a fun team to watch. And the most excited I've been about a Tigers debut is about to happen in the next 3 days. Could happen today, could happen tomorrow. Jackson Jobe has been added to this team now. And to make room for him, they had to say goodbye to Shelby Miller, who was outstanding against lefties this year. Really outstanding.
Yeah.
But been shaky against righties, and if you've got an opportunity to bring somebody up on the roster that's going to get swings and misses, no matter if you're right-hander or left-hander, then you do it. And that's what Jackson Jobe can do. And, the A.J. Hinch talking about him before the game today and how they're going to use him. And all they know is they're going to use him out of the bullpen. And this is a guy that can reach triple digits. And if he's coming out of the bullpen instead of starting games, then he's not having to necessarily pace himself, right? So I would imagine that fastball that sits at like 96, 97 miles an hour, that you're going to see that 100-mile-an-hour heater because he's only going to have to go an inning at a time.
Well, according to MLB Pipeline reporter Sam Dykstra, he went to Twitter with the following: Jackson Jobe averaged 96.5 miles per hour with his fastball in 2 AAA starts, but he touched 101.8 out of the bullpen in the spring. He also has a sweeping slider, cutter, and changeup that can get MLB whiffs right now.
This is why he's here.
Yep. Now, we talked about this earlier, but in Toledo, he was not great. That's kind of par for the course when it comes to this Tiger pitching staff. 9 innings pitched, 12 hits, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, 6 earned runs. My question is, are the Tigers looking for something completely different from their pitchers to decide when they're going to call them up that is in no way reflected in their stat line? You know what I mean? Like, their stats are irrelevant to them. They're just looking for maybe consistent location of this pitch, even if it gets hit. Or maybe it's, we want you to nibble on the corners for the entire at bat and just show that once you've dialed that. I don't know. I mean, are they doing something that is hurting their stat line, but it's what the Tigers and, Fettermaid and A.J. Hinch want to see to prove that they can pitch at this level that has nothing to do and not reflective at all in their stats?
I don't know what it is that they're able to harness the pitching capabilities of these guys, but they've figured it out. I love the Fettermaid getting hinched, whatever you want to say. It's working. And when you watch Cater Montero pitch, you can see like he's got crazy movement on all of his pitches, right? So you got this great movement, hone it in. And it feels like somehow they've been able to hone this in, and now they have multiple innings in a row where they get out there and pitch, whether it's him or Hanafi or, whoever it is, Herder and others that just find a strike zone and dance within the strike zone, and you're forced to swing at pitches that you're not comfortable doing so, and they end up getting hit harmlessly. I'm dying to see what they do with Job. If you look at last year with Jackson Job in 2023, he pitched 64 innings in the Tigers organization at a couple different levels. In the 64 innings, he had 84 strikeouts and 6 walks. This year, in 2024, pitching at the levels in the organization, 91 innings, 96 strikeouts, but 45 walks. That's a dramatic difference. Now, is that because he's experimenting with these other pitches and the batters are just laying off that pitch instead of swinging at it back in 2023? And can they bring that in, reel it in, and say, okay, we like what you've got, tons of movement on your non-fastball pitches. Here's how we're going to use it. We're going to use it a different way here in the big leagues because this is how it goes. And big league hitters have different mentalities than minor league hitters do. So somehow it's worked out with Fettermaid and Hinched, and I can't wait to see what they do with Jackson Job.
No cap. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. You know, before we broke for Tiger baseball, and again, we're in a rain delay, although 2 o'clock is when they're expecting first pitch, right around 2 o'clock, so stick with us. Huge game today, this afternoon, against the Tampa Bay Rays. We're talking about survivor pools and potential Lions movement. Can they get super hyper aggressive and go after a game-wrecking edge rusher opposite of Aiden Hutchinson, or just a serviceable one, or veteran one that can make enough plays for you, given the fact that Marcus Davenport's season is done? We did get some feedback on these topics that we didn't get caught up with. The name Max Crosby came up. Raiders 6 years ago now, sent Khalil Mack and a second-round pick to Chicago for 2 firsts, a third, and a sixth. I believe the Raiders also got back, Chicago also got back a 5th-round conditional pick, which I don't know if it actually conveyed to them. But so we were talking about Max Crosby, who had 14.5 sacks last year, has got 3 this year, dealing with an ankle sprain right now. But trading deadline still 6 weeks away. Feedback, Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals only has 1 year left after this year at $15 million per year. I don't think the Bengals are going to make a run.
They may not, and he's a really good defensive lineman. He's great. What price do you think Cincinnati's going to ask?
You don't have to give up 2 firsts.
No, you don't.
Third and a sixth.
You don't at all. And when you start thinking of, but I also don't think Cincinnati's given up. They're 0-3, but last night's offense looked good.
When they lose this weekend to Carolina,
well, who just lost Adam Thielen, by the way. I think Cincinnati probably feels strongly they're going to get back to where they need to be quickly.
Do you think so?
I think, Doug, they scored.
You think they feel strongly?
I think their offense is clicking now. Now they got Higgins.
About that offensive line.
Well, they got Higgins back, Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow working things out. And I mean, how many points they scored last night? 30?
7 less than Washington.
Yeah, they got beat by right. Their defense is the problem. It's not the offense. So I'm just saying, if you're Cincinnati, you have all these high expectations. You start off 0-3, and you're trying to find something that will make you feel better about yourself, feel better about how the way the offense played last night, and build off of that, and get your first win this weekend against a terrible Carolina team that somehow came away with a win over the terrible Raiders.
The NFL, man, believe in the red rifle. But to your point, Gator, the Bengals are not going to give up. No. They have a franchise quarterback there, and this is going to go up to the trade deadline. They'd have to be like 1-6 or 0-7, something like that, dramatic for them to be like, okay, we're selling. Look at what the Vikings did last year when they lost their quarterback. They just kept trying and trying, even though everyone told them, "What are you guys doing? Just end it, right?" Justin Jefferson's out of the lineup. Just end this misery. Start thinking about next year and getting future draft capital. But no, they kept trying to get that quarterback, and teams don't give up.
Well, let me be clear here. It was about how Gator said they felt. I can't imagine they feel very good at all right now. But of course they won't give up. There's no reason to give up. It's way too early in the year, and giving up doesn't do any good. But yes, Trey Hendrickson would be a fine player to target. Brad Holmes doesn't believe in pushing the chips in. He will never make a splash in a season.
Why would you say never? Because he hasn't in 3 years?
Well, the only time it would have made any sense was last year. And I think people assume that Brad Holmes, this is philosophical, when I think it was more about they didn't love the players that were available. One of them, I think they were absolutely right on. In Chase Young.
I agree with you.
The other one in Montez Sweat came with a high price tag because you needed to re-sign him to get him to come to your place. So, and that they didn't want to do that.
No, and the other one didn't appear to be available because Carolina was being dumb. And that was Brian Burns. I mean, they turned down, apparently they got offers for two first-round picks, and they turned it down.
Now, do I think that Brad Holmes prefers to draft and develop? Well, so far, clearly. But do things change when you're this close? I think they might. Anthony in Chesterfield, we had a 70-person survivor pool. It finished yesterday. Unnamed texter.
3 weeks and it's done.
We had 223 people in ours. We are down to 6. This has just been carnage.
Unbelievable.
What was the first guy who said? It's rough out there, guys. Adam in Berkeley, a combination of Max Crosby on one end and Aiden Hutchinson on the other would make quarterbacks wet their bed at night. I think it would make former quarterbacks wet their bed. I think it would make future quarterbacks that wet their bed.
I might wet my bed.
I think it would make players that play different sports wet their beds. Next one. I'm not even worried about first-round draft picks. Brad Holmes is nailing his second, third, and fourth-round picks. I mean, that's kind of true. Because if you start thinking about the what they did in LA, it was Brad Holmes building draft boards that kept replenishing the Rams' talent base with picks rounds 2 through 7. Because the Rams never had a first-round pick. That's not true that they never did, but they rarely did. And Brad Holmes was building the draft boards for Les Snead, the GM there. So it worked out real well.
I like what they've done. It's hard to disagree with it, but at some point in time, there's gonna come a move that you could make to give up a first round pick to acquire talent, and I don't think he's gonna.
I approve this
shy away
message.
from
I'm
it.
Doug Carson. I approve this message. Yeah, go ahead and make that first round, trade that first round pick.
Whatever you want to do
for a difference maker.
He's been fantastic. The only problem is it's that it's going to come with a price. It's not just the price tag of the draft capital. It's if you're going to want somebody around for more than a year. That's why when somebody brought the Hendrickson thing from Cincinnati, if he's a free agent at the end of the year, that's intriguing because you don't have to pay him giant money beyond because
and you probably don't have to give up as much.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, too, is if we'd done this 2 weeks ago, at some point say, what position should you go trade for? The answer, I think, would have been close to 90% wide receiver.
Right.
And we said one of the advantages of taking cap space into the season is that you are taking cap space to spend it where you realize you have needs.
And yet, going into Monday night, what's your biggest concern about the Lions roster?
Might be offensive line.
I was going to say, for me, it's the health of Frank Ragnow.
Frank Ragnow can't play.
If he can't play. I mean, they say he wants to play.
Yep.
But he's got apparently a partially torn pectoral muscle, which doesn't sound good.
Which would put the normal one of us down for months.
Right.
And he's like, give me a few days.
I'm just tapping out. I'm out.
Yep.
I'll walk away.
You asked Jansen something about an injured calf he had.
I said, did you ever injure your pec? And he goes, no. I had a torn, partially torn calf muscle.
And what did he say? I put some tape on it and went out and dominated Julius Peppers.
Wasn't tape, but it was whatever the other.
A TheraBand. I put a TheraBand on it, went out, and I dominated Julius Peppers.
He said he put a TheraBand above it and below it to try to treat it as best he can. And then, yes, he dominated Julius Peppers.
It was a real point of pride for him.
It was. And he liked using the word dominate.
Yeah. There was definitely some.
Actually, he didn't say, what did he say? He goes, I beat the heck out of him all day long.
Something
like that.
Yeah. All right. So Tigers this afternoon, Tampa Bay, just about set to get underway down there at Comerica Park. This is one of the greatest things about having a pitcher like Tarek Skubal is that you've got a really, really good chance to win a very, very important game. In fact, that would be borderline demoralizing. Like Minnesota has to be thinking tonight's a must-win for them to keep pace with Skubal. They'll know by then whether or not Skubal won. But obviously, this is a huge, huge benefit to have a guy like Tarek Skubal. Chance to go out and dominate somebody and get that. I mean, they could be a game and a half up on Minnesota.
Could be.
Even if it's only temporary, I will load up the standings and look. When they've done that, and I have so far refreshed the standings to see the Tigers gain that extra half game all throughout this, and they were chasing, the Tigers would win and the Minnesota game wouldn't be done, and I'd refresh the standings to see it go from 1.5 to 1.0.
Why wouldn't? It's fun.
It is.
It's fun to see that, and Skubal starts are always fun. This might be his last start of the regular season. I hope it is his last start of the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Not because of injury reasons. Please don't say that. But because the circumstances are such that you don't need to pitch him in the last game of the year, that you're saving him for game one of the playoffs.
Keep this in mind. If the Tigers win today, they will match the 2006 St. Louis Cardinals in terms of regular season wins. The 2006 St. Louis Cardinals were the team that beat the Detroit Tigers in the World Series.
Oh, they won the World Series?
Yep.
Oh.
So, can they make noise if they get in? Hell yeah.
They can. They've shown that they can beat anybody.
Yep.
They beat the Yankees 2 out of 3 games. So, and that happened recently. It's not like it was back in May. It was in August.
So, there we go. Scuba going today. Have they announced their starters the rest of the week? Is it spelled? It's spelled Jobe, correct?
I believe they got Montero and I think it's Reese Olson and Montero.
Yep. And here they're posing pictures, although there's nobody listed for Tampa starter on Thursday afternoon. Tampa pitches Little, then Chicago goes Flexen, Burke, and Cannon. So the Tigers will face Little, Flexen, Burke, and Cannon.
Oh, it's a nice law firm.
Kind of does.
Slip and fall.
Yeah. Slip and fall accident call Little, Flexen, Burke, and Cannon.
Yeah.
All right, Tiger Baseball straight ahead. Dan Dickerson and Dan Petrie with the call. Thanks for being with us. And, of course, you can hear from the afternoon guys after the game. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.